for the season. That's a report with the torn Achilles, but then Carter also tweeted about it, so he seemed to confirm that. The Bills and Ravens on Sunday Night Football. It is Week 1. Baltimore corner Jair Alexander did not practice to start their week yesterday. He has not practiced since August 9th with a knee injury. Looks more and more like he'll miss on Sunday. Same deal with Ravens tight end Isaiah Likely. No practice on Monday. Seems to be surprising if he would play too. NFL season opener, Thursday night, Cowboys at Eagles. That'll be on NBC. Friday night, Chargers, Chiefs, and Brazil on YouTube. Adam Schefter reports it's uncertain if Micah Parsons makes his Packers debut this week. He has a back injury. However, he did practice on Monday in a limited capacity. U.S. Open tennis, Jessie Pegula wins to advance to the quarterfinals. She will meet unranked Barbora Krejcikova this morning at 11:30. Naomi Osaka defeated Coco Gauff in the round of 16 yesterday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I just found something very, very tasty, metaphorically.
Mm-hmm.
Look at me using metaphorically at 6:03.
That's dangerous.
That puts me
living on the edge.
Puts me in the
there.
lead right now.
Yeah.
I don't know what the game is, but I'm in the lead. Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. Happy football season. We've got Sal at 7, Pete Guelli, Bills and Sabres COO at 8. Howard picks the Bills at 8:30. It's Tuesday. Work on that all day. It's Tuesday.
Yeah, that's a tough one already.
We'll do our best.
Tuesday, not Monday, which means there's a game in 2 days.
Right. It's Tuesday, which might feel a little bit weird. Perhaps that's appropriate right after watching Bill Belichick coach a college football game. That happened. And
get obliterated.
Obliterated. And the thing I found that is tasty, I double-checked, and sure enough, I have it. We'll talk about Josh. We'll talk about Josh Allen's season. He's ranked the number 3 player. So last night, yeah, there it is. I got the tweet.
Uh-huh.
Bill Barnwell had it. Let's just start with Belichick.
Yes,
I mean,
sure,
it. Doesn't everybody want to start with Belichick last night?
48-14.
48-14. Bill Barnwell had this. The number of times Bill Belichick coached NFL teams allowed 48 points. 0 times in 511 games.
Wow.
Number of times Bill Belichick.
Well, I mean, 1 point away, right?
Correct. That's what I just checked.
Oh, okay.
Tyler Bass missed a kick.
Oh, Bass, you ruined it. Well, actually, he made it better, didn't he?
Probably.
Because he makes it. He makes yesterday the most points he's ever given up.
Yep.
All right. Not as mad, I guess. Can it be the perfect game if there was a missed kick?
That's fair. That's
yes,
fair.
The answer is probably still yes. Yeah. They scored a touchdown on every drive.
It is the only thing that went wrong that day.
Yeah.
Tyler Bass missed kick.
Bass. Come on.
Right, I know. So anyway, the Bills almost did it. And the Bills, I mean, just annihilated Belichick again and again and again down the stretch.
I mean, they could have scored 60 if they really wanted to. Probably, right?
Probably, yeah. So in addition to that, one thing I like to look at and point out, the last meaningful game Bill Belichick won, I was at the game. And many of you listening were at the game or were at least watching the game. The last meaningful game Bill Belichick won was the Wind game here. And since then,
any contest,
after that game, those Patriots went 1-4. He had one more win that year. Then went 8-9, and then 4-13, and then last night to TCU.
where he was only a 3.5-point underdog, by the way. If you're wondering, maybe UNC wasn't supposed to be good, he just got there. They were only a 3-point dog, and TCU's not supposed to be great this year, and they scored 41 in a row.
It's amazing.
TCU did.
It was laughable.
Michael Jordan was in the house to witness that. Yikes. That's got to be a special hell, isn't it? Not only are you embarrassed on national television in your first game at UNC, but, Jordan's there. That Jordan is there. MJ is there. In the booth. When did he left? He didn't stay the whole thing, though, we're sure, right? When did MJ leave? Middle of the second quarter?
Probably. Give me the equivalent of what MJ would have had to do with the Washington Wizards to look as bad as Belichick looks right now.
Oh.
He went and played for the Wizards. Did he dribble it off his foot every 5 minutes? I don't know.
No, didn't he average 30 a game? The team was terrible.
The team was bad.
Yeah.
But Belichick, man, what a time to be alive. What an odd thing that the not that long ago nearly universally thought to be best coach in a sport ever could completely obliterate. I don't want to say what everybody thinks of him. He's going to the Hall of Fame. There's no doubt about that. Mm-hmm. He's still probably a great defensive coach. But you can't get into a conversation about him without at least half the room thinking the whole thing was a fraud. Whole thing.
All of it.
And so much of the narrative about him, so much of what we read about them and heard about them, we watched him beat the Bills, 30 times or whatever? Mm-hmm. We kind of knew it. We kind of knew this Patriot Way nonsense, all this hubris they have about how it's different there. You'd never understand it. It's about this. It was all nonsense. And now he can't. He got absolutely steamrolled by the TCU Horned Frogs. The Horned Frogs.
Right.
Of TCU steamroll the GOAT. Tom Brady, those two split up. One guy won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And lost his other playoff appearance in a bit of a shootout. Whatever. He could have kept going. He won the Super Bowl with another team in his first year.
Yeah.
And Belichick went sub 500, got dismissed, got left out for jobs, and then lost to TCU at home by 30.
Has there ever, could you imagine when all the, hey, was it more Brady or more Belichick debates that were happening for years would ever result in the two sides being this polar opposite when they split? Brady, all of it, even too, right? Brady in his, outside football life as a broadcaster and the roast that he did and just, I don't know.
Right.
I think he's annoying, but does he come off well to some football fans? Maybe. Belichick just is kind of a punchline in all walks of life right now.
I stayed up to watch that game last night in part because I was on Twitter, and Twitter was a national dunk fest on Belichick.
Oh, yeah.
Pointed out the score was 41-17. How many people made the joke? Oh, he was 41 and his girlfriend was 7.
Uh-huh.
A national dunk fest on Bill Belichick. I saw one where it's Belichick's career as a college coach, and it's Aaron Rodgers running out in New York with the flag right before he blows out his Achilles. Just one moment.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Ben Volen of the Boston Globe. This is like Josh Allen against the Patriots in the playoffs. Zero resistance. Mm-hmm. Talking about TCU last night. TCU.
He
didn't lose to Bama.
No.
Due respect to TCU. We had some former Bills that are TCU.
He was at home, too.
At home,
just getting destroyed.
Prime time. They put Kirk Herbstreit's dog on the broadcast.
Yeah. Well, it's probably good to do.
It doesn't happen if it's 28-27.
No, you're right.
Kirk Herbstreit's new dog's on the broadcast to distract from the public destruction of a football icon.
Mm-hmm.
They asked him, they're trying to capture so much magic. The woman that interviewed Belichick asked him about his hoodie with the sleeves cut off because they just need that magic so bad.
Yeah.
And for the ratings for ESPN, one of two things is true here, Joe. Oh, wow, ESPN built it up and they've got to be devastated. Or will I tune in to watch Belichick lose by 30 every week, seeing how long he can take it? Yes.
Yes, that would be great. Who do they play next week? Who do they play next week?
It's not easy.
Yeah. Come on, Charlotte.
UNC Charlotte?
At UNC Charlotte.
And then,
come on, UNC
and then
Charlotte.
The Richmond Spiders.
Oh,
what happens when they play Clemson?
Yeah. Charlotte lost to App State last week.
We
got how confident I should be in them.
We got to get a bet on the bet board. Will he make it to the Clemson game?
Number 4. Will he fired or will he quit? How could he quit? I mean, it's already so embarrassing. I don't even know if he feels it. Maybe he does. I'm sure he at least did feel the embarrassment of the NFL saying, nah, no thanks. We're good. I mean, that probably hit him. The idea that, what do you mean? I'm Bill Belichick. I've won 6 Super Bowls. Nobody in the league wants me? Like, that I bet hit him. I don't know if Twitter being a dunk fest for 12 hours hits him the same way.
Right. He'll call it something like tweet face, and like everyone will just laugh. Oh, Belichick's he's too good for that.
But I wonder how real do we think it actually is that people believe that this all was really a farce? That none of this was real. That like I tend to buy into it a bit because I just think the record with and without Brady is so stark that I can't ignore it whenever it comes up about him. I mean,
he had 1 playoff win in his career without Tom Brady in 11 seasons.
Right. One of his record against the Bills with and without Brady, 32-3 versus 5-9. I mean, you could do that with any team. You could do that with He's a sub 500 head coach in the National Football League without that guy at quarterback. And this is not, he had, 2 seasons worth. Like, this was multiple seasons with the Browns and multiple seasons with the Patriots. Like, we're talking like 7-8 football seasons, which is more than a lot of guys get. Mm-hmm. And that's without Brady, and he's got the same win percentage like Joe Philbin in those years. I can't ignore that part of it. But is this like, I wonder if his legacy is truly tainted now.
Definitely.
Because of what he's done to it. Because of what it's been since Brady.
Well,
he could have walked away the day Brady retired, and none of this would have happened.
That's right. People would have been saying forever,
greatest coach of all time,
Brady or Belichick. Oh, Brady won without him. Yeah, but Belichick retired, and blah blah blah. Look, Brady or Belichick. Instead, I've got College Game Day signs trolling him behind a panel before he gets dominated at home by TCU.
Yeah.
What an absolute disaster. I mean, what a wonderful thing I did. Out for the year with a torn Achilles. Mm-hmm. Not something anybody really saw coming. That's the kind of thing that is it's bad news for him. It's unfortunate for Dwayne Carter. So the numbers game for the Bills, you want to go very coldly look at the numbers game for the Bills. makes them pretty thin right now, but Ogunjobi's going to come back, and somebody on the defensive line was going to have to go somewhere, right? So we'll see. Like, the Bills have a lot of depth up there, but Dwayne Carter, third-round pick last year, Achilles out for the year. So terrible news for the young man. Feel for him, of course. That's Bills news. Other than that, here we go. Josh in the number 3 player in the league.
Yep.
Behind Saquon Barkley and Lamar Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
Lamar's going to finish number 1.
Right? Wait, what do you mean?
Did they already do it?
No, yeah, Barkley's number 1.
Oh, I didn't see that. I only saw the teaser that Josh was 3. Okay, Barkley's 1.
No, Barkley's 1, Jackson's 2.
Oh, that's dumb. That's fine. It's fine.
What, just to put a running back number 1?
It's kind of dumb to put a running back number 1, but that's fine. They can have it.
When is the last time they even put a quarterback number 1? Haven't they been trying hard not to put a quarterback number 1?
Tyreek Hill was number 1 2 years ago.
Was Garrett number 1?
He might have been
of those years.
He might have been.
Yeah, I don't know.
Both Jackson and Allen better than Mahomes.
Yep.
Is this the first time Mahomes is the 3rd best quarterback? 4th best quarterback? How far does he drop? You know? Like, where do we get to for him? Is it a bounce back year for him? So, whatever. It's wonderful.
He's still number 5.
Overall.
But
3rd quarterback.
Third quarterback.
3rd best quarterback.
Yeah, I think that's actually... that's being generous, I think, over from the last 2 seasons he's had, personally, but... Whatever.
803-0550. We'll get some calls in. Larry in South Florida. Hey, Larry, good morning.
Hey, good morning. 2 things. One's really important. I got a fantasy question for you guys. But before that, I want to talk about Josh's top 3 finish. I'm happy that he was in the top 3. I said it would be awful if he didn't get in the top 3. I mean, Lamar had an incredible season, and so did Barkley. So, I mean, that Josh could have gone anywhere 1, 2, 3, but as long as he made the top 3, I was happy. Now, my fantasy question. I'm in the snake draft, and I can't stand it after listening to you guys all these years. It's you're right, it's boring as hell, but I've been in this thing for 14 years, and they just won't convert. So I'm in a keeper league.
To auction, you mean?
What's that?
They won't convert to what? To auction?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So in this league tonight, I have the 4th overall pick. And so I just wanted to get your advice because I've been listening to the Fantasy Alarm Show a lot. And I know Robinson and Chase will be gone. So do I want Gibbs, Lamb, or Jefferson, whatever's available? I'm leery about going to run back that early, but Gibbs seems to be the pick. I'd love to get your thoughts on that, fellas.
My answer on this, Joe, I don't know if you feel the same, is just not Jefferson.
Agreed. I would feel strongly about just going a Lamb. If CeeDee Lamb is there, he'd be my pick every single time.
Yes.
They're going to be throwing the ball a billion times.
They're going to be in shootouts.
Yeah.
And, I would agree there.
But Dak is back. Like, there's no reason to not think Lamb is going to have, 1,700 yards this year. Like, I think he's as safe as safe gets.
Yep. I like Gibbs a lot as a pick. You know, Bijan and Chase are going to go 1-2. Gibbs often goes 3 as the 1-2-3. But I would say not Jefferson for 2 reasons. Not because he's not great, but he's got a little bit of a hamstring thing, right?
Yeah.
And he's got quarterback uncertainty. And even though he's the kind of player that, whatever, he's going to produce no matter what because he's amazing, the quarterback uncertainty for me, I'd rather go for Dak Prescott, who has put up 5,000-yard seasons, I think. Has he done that, right? Dak threw for 5,000 or maybe 4.
Has he? I'm sure he's come close.
Maybe 4,900 one year.
Yeah, his career high. 2 years ago, he had 4,500.
Okay,
he did 4,900.
Yeah, a 4,900-yard season in 2019. And if their defense is bad and they're scoring points, that could be you could easily see Dak playing a full season.
Yeah,
where he gets to 4,700 yards and throwing to Lamb. Yeah,
if you look at his every single year since 2019, he's either throwing for 4,000 yards or he's on a 4,000-yard pace. He's 4,000 yards every time, every single time. So you want that receiver. Allen finishing 3rd. I've said this before about other awards and the MVP and All Pro. I'm never gonna criticize anyone for putting Jackson over Allen or Allen over Jackson. It's so close. It's so nitpicky to me that if the players want to put Jackson number 2, I don't really feel like I'm seeing Bills fans go up in arms about it. Right? Allen got the one that matters. Not team-wise. Individually, Allen got the one that matters. So he wins for now. And I don't think Jackson being number 2 and Allen being number 3 is any sort of like big crowning achievement going into. It's not bulletin board material for Sunday. Can we start that?
Right.
Like what's bulletin board material and what isn't? I do not believe Allen being 3rd and Jackson 2nd is worthy of bulletin board for Sunday.
I agree. My biggest thing on Allen, Jackson, and Mahomes is you can't split Allen and Jackson. They are either ahead of Mahomes because you think they're better, or they're behind Mahomes because you're one of these rings folks. It's all about rings. Mm-hmm. And we can disagree. I can disagree with whether or not you should be a rings person, but the two of them are either better than Mahomes or Mahomes is better because neither one of them has a ring. And that, to me, is my rule. I don't agree with the idea of Mahomes ahead, but they are, like, it's the same thing you're saying, so close. And to my eye, I think they're both, right now, they've been playing a lot better than Patrick Mahomes has. But they don't get the credit for it because Mahomes wins the playoff games. And that's that. So until that changes, you'll have that debate.
Shouldn't, if you're putting Jackson and Allen above Mahomes, by that rule, shouldn't you also be required to put Burrow ahead of Mahomes?
No.
Because he's been so definitively better?
No. He's not been definitively better to me.
No?
No. He lacks, he puts up monster points. The thing about Burrow, he's great. I did call him fancy Kirk Cousins, which I still think applies here.
You've called him that for years.
Yeah, well, it's a compliment. Kirk Cousins is pretty good.
That's not a compliment.
Fancy Kirk Cousins is like saying...
You can say that's not a compliment.
It's like a fancier version of a
mid-quarterback.
No, if I said like a fancy Tage Thompson.
You're basically saying he's Kirk Cousins with a cool haircut.
No, I'm saying he's better. But anyway, the thing about Burrow is he gets into complete... And you'll know this for fantasy... And then we just answered this question for Larry about CeeDee Lamb. Why? Why is he going to put up 1,700 yards? Because he's going to have to. Because his team is going to play game scripts that are going to be like that. If you threw Allen in Cincinnati, would he put up 50 touchdowns and 4,800 yards? Like probably. Neighborhood. He'd put up just what Burrow does because he would throw to Chase and Higgins, and his team's defense would be an absolute disaster, and they would not be running the ball with everybody eats. It would be, all right, Josh, get back there and throw it 48 times a game. So Burrow is in an ecosystem that kind of, I'm not saying it inflates his stats. It's just I don't think I have to put him above Mahomes, and I wouldn't. I'd put Mahomes 3rd.
I would definitely put
Burrow maybe Mahomes 4th and Jackson Dart 3rd. No, I'm kidding.
Jackson, that is a complete opposite of the preseason pledge.
No, that's right. I'm kidding. Rich in Lakeview. Hey, Rich.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I'll tell you for the 100%, I have no schadenfreude when it comes to Bill Belichick. I saw the score, man. So what, man? Let him get out of our heads. There was no joy in seeing that. Saw a 73-year-old guy that either wants to coach because he loves it. It's in his blood since he was a kid. Thought he could make a difference. And today's modern college game, what did people think? He was going to show up, sprinkle holy water, and it was going to change?
Yes, people did think that. We've got a clip from Dan Lebitard saying that everybody needs to get out of his way because he's going to dominate the landscape.
Listen, I don't know who's more anonymous. No, probably Buffalo Bisons, but in this town, Buffalo Bisons are UB football players, and they shouldn't be. And we got to do a charity event with them, and these guys are mid-Division I players, mid-table, and they are amazing athletes. They are built like Greek gods, every single one of them. So that means half are below and half are above. What with the transfer portal and everything, I'm not making an excuse for Bill, but anybody who hates on him, it's like now in Buffalo.
But Rich, isn't that, and he's breaking up there a little bit, isn't that the point? The point is that between the transfer portal and between, if you're making the point about how athletic the guys are, closer to pro football than ever, right? College in every facet is closer to pro football than it ever has been. It's why Nick Saban quit the sport, because it's not like real college football anymore. So you would think that the college game is now set up for a guy like Bill Belichick to come in and do better than he would have 10 years ago.
Yeah, but next year his players might be better set up. I'm not an apologist, but I'm saying, like in Buffalo, I don't care. It's like we married the hot girl. We finally got the girl of the dreams, and we're still checking out the girlfriend social media page and enjoying that she's in a trailer park with 6 kids. You know, there's no it's no big deal. I want to just move in and focus. I don't know. Maybe I'm too old school. It's like, all right, good for us. We continue to win, but let Bill go. And, I mean, I don't know. I just don't want to get sad for him. Leave it. Let it be a half-hour show on NFL Films, and he can ride off into the sunset.
Thanks, Rich. One way I'll agree with what you're saying is it's not, to me, as joyful relishing this as it was when he was with Boston. Like, I don't have any sort of ha-ha for North Carolina sport fans or North Carolina football fans. When he was with the Patriots, it was, I love every second of this. It couldn't be better. I saw the TCU post-game TikTok. By the way, you know it's football season when teams are posting TikToks that I don't understand again. We're back. We're totally back. I watched this TikTok. I'm like, no idea what's going on. But in there was Belichick throwing the tablet against the Bills. So I knew that.
Great game.
Amazing moment. I also don't necessarily agree with any of the whole we're looking at the old ex. Nah, I'm watching a guy that dominated my team for decades get some just desserts, I guess. He's getting it back. He's not some sort of unchallengeable god as he was portrayed to be for decades. He's a guy that coached, and he's a pretty good coach. He's a really good coach, but not any sort of unassailable figure. And he's done it to himself.
That's the thing. If you wanted him to ride off into the sunset, he had a chance. And he passed on it because he doesn't want to stop coaching, and
for that you feel for him because good, okay, great,
sure. But he also is now he'll suffer the consequence of that, which is if you're not actually as great a coach as we thought you were for that entire time, and you're exposing yourself to get embarrassed time after time after time, then you're risking losing a title that I think he had with most people, which is he's the greatest coach of all time, and I think that is slipping away every time he steps out on the sideline. And he's doing that to himself.
They're doing a Hard Knocks style program at Carolina football, North Carolina, that's going to air on Hulu.
Mm-hmm. See TCU's tweet?
I just saw it because you tweeted it. TCU quote tweeted it with, "When does episode 1 come out?"
It's awesome.
We are in a time where the social media manager for the TCU Horned Frogs is just furiously dunking on Bill Belichick. Mm-hmm. It's amazing. So I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to enjoy it at least for today. On Josh Allen being 3rd overall by the NFL players, we'll talk about that with you. It's Josh Allen season, so I watched a lot of highlights yesterday, in part because of that top 100 coming out.
Like his career highlights, last year's highlights,
some of the plays, just, whatever. It's also fantasy draft season. Maybe many of you out there like us are furiously drafting teams under the gun. Had 2 drafts yesterday. Have 2 drafts today.
I have 2 drafts today as well. Guillotine and Paul's league.
So many guillotines. What am I doing? I'm out guillotining myself. I feel 5 guillotine leagues now. It's a mess. It's a mess. I might be 4. I don't know. 803-0550 if you want to give us a call. Jeremy and Joe here. It's football season on WGR. But Belichick, man, what a time to be alive. Jeremy White here. What an odd thing that the not that long ago nearly universally thought to be best coach in a sport ever could completely obliterate. I don't want to say what everybody thinks of him. He's going to the Hall of Fame. There's no doubt about that. Mm-hmm. He's still probably a great defensive coach. But you can't get into a conversation about him without at least half the room thinking the whole thing was a fraud. The whole thing.
All of it.
And so much of the narrative about him, so much of what we read about them and heard about them, we watched him beat the Bills, 30 times or whatever? Mm-hmm. We kind of knew it. We kind of knew this Patriot way nonsense, all this hubris they have about how it's different there. You'd never understand it. It's about this. It was all nonsense. And now he can't. He got absolutely steamrolled by the TCU Horned Frogs. The Horned Frogs of TCU steamroll the GOAT. Tom Brady, those two split up. One guy won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And lost his other playoff appearance in a bit of a shootout. Like, I mean, whatever. He could have kept going. He won the Super Bowl with another team in his first year.
Yeah.
And Belichick went sub 500, got dismissed, got left out for jobs, and then lost to TCU at home by 30.
Allen finishing third, I've said this before about other awards and the MVP and All-Pro. I'm never going to criticize anyone for putting Jackson over Allen or Allen over Jackson. It's so close. It's so nitpicky to me that, like, if the players want to put Jackson number 2, I don't really feel like I'm seeing Bills fans go up in arms about it, right? Allen got the one that matters. Not team-wise. Individually, Allen got the one that matters. So he wins for now. And I don't think Jackson being number 2 and Allen being number 3 is any sort of like big crowning achievement going into. It's not bulletin board material for Sunday. Can we start that?
Right.
Like, what's bulletin board material and what isn't? I do not believe Allen being 3rd and Jackson 2nd is worthy of bulletin board for Sunday.
I agree. My biggest thing on Allen, Jackson, and Mahomes is you can't split Allen and Jackson. They are either ahead of Mahomes because you think they're better, or they're behind Mahomes because you're one of these rings folks. It's all about rings. Mm-hmm. And we can disagree. I can disagree with whether or not you should be a rings person, but the two of them are either better than Mahomes or Mahomes is better because neither one of them has a ring. And that, to me, is my rule. I don't agree with the idea of Mahomes ahead, but they are, like, it's the same thing you're saying, so close. And to my eye, I think they're both, right now, they've been playing a lot better than Patrick Mahomes has. But they don't get the credit for it because Mahomes wins the playoff games. And that's that. So until that changes, you'll have that debate.
Some bad news over the weekend for the Bills injury-wise. Defensive tackle Dwayne Carter, the team's 3rd-round pick last season, has a torn Achilles. He will miss the entire year. There was a report from Jordan Schultz, and then Carter did tweet about it, seemingly confirming that he has that injury. So no Dwayne Carter for the year. Josh Allen, Terrell Bernard named your only 2 captains for the 2nd year in a row for the Bills. Josh Allen also named the number 3 player in the league in the NFL's top 100 list, voted on by the players. Saquon Barkley, number 1. Lamar Jackson, number 2. Bills and Ravens Sunday night. Baltimore's got 2 injuries to guys who have not practiced in a month. They didn't practice yesterday. Corner Jair Alexander and tight end Isaiah Likely, both looking unlikely at this point to play on Sunday night. Season opener Thursday, Cowboys and Eagles on NBC. Friday night, Chargers and Chiefs in Brazil on YouTube. Jessie Pegula won to advance to the quarterfinals at the U.S. Open. She'll meet unranked Barboa Krejcikova this morning at 11:30. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
experience, they've used that as a, hey, let's stay focused on us. Let's prep. Let's get ready to go. Not worry about this.
Ball is loose. A scoop and a score, and racing for the end zone is Devin Deal. And the borrow from my friend Rich Eisen, TCU has busted out the whooping stick. 40 consecutive points with a point after coming.
Last night's broadcast of TCU and North Carolina. And the other highlight was Herb Street saying, and this is a big series for this UNC defense, as the ball was being handed off to a running back who went 80 yards for a house call. It's too good. Too good. 8030550 is our phone number. Jeremy and Joe, happy football season. Anybody else feel like it hits quick? You kind of know, when they'll get here, it's weeks away, and then Labor Day, there's games in 2 days. Oh, all right.
See, it still doesn't, it hasn't hit me yet, I guess. It'll hit this week as hitting quick. But something in my mind makes me think it's still, weeks away, even though I know it's 2 days away, obviously.
Sunday's coming quick.
How about as soon as I set a fantasy lineup? There we go. As soon as I set a fantasy lineup, I'll okay, it's really go time here.
Yeah, fantasy drafts.
Probably should do that, right? It's Tuesday. I mean, waiver days are coming up.
Yeah.
Got to get on Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt around those leagues.
We got to start studying up for our all wide receiver draft, which is tomorrow.
This thing.
We started a 12-team league. Owen was on vacation. Owen, you're out of town when we started this thing, but you're in. 12 teams. Rosters are 10 players long. You start 7 receivers. That's the league.
I think you're under a lot of pressure to win this league.
Yeah? All right. That's fine. I can handle that.
Just don't finish
Is
last.
this honest question? I want to ask Yahoo. Are we the first people to ever do this? It seems like anybody would.
It feels like something that somebody else would have done.
But maybe not.
How would they have arrived at doing it? Would be my question.
How would the person, would they have had the same illness that I have, this obsession with receivers, is what you're basically asking in a nice way?
Yeah.
It's a good question. That's fair. 8030550. Daryl in Niagara Falls, as we're in a game week. It's Baltimore week. Bills and Ravens on Sunday Night Football. Hey Daryl, what's up?
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure thing.
Just for a couple points real quick. I'm congratulating Jesse Pegula in the U.S. Open. It's great. I'm happy for Kim and Terry. But there's one thing I'm a little worried about. I watched a couple college football games this weekend, and it's like week one, disappointing starts for a couple players, especially quarterbacks. But now, I don't want to be negative, but if the Bills lose on Sunday, which I don't plan on them doing, but if they do, how distressing would that be to the fan base?
That's a good question. We'll probably do this a lot this week. I thought about this a lot over the weekend.
Yeah.
I don't think losing should be distressing at all because Baltimore is one of the 3 best teams in the league. I think the Bills, the Ravens, the Lions, the Eagles, there's 7 or 8 teams where it's kind of like college football. 3 teams in the top 10 lost or 4 teams in the top 10 lost? They all lost to other top 10 teams.
Right.
So, hey, Texas lost on the road to Ohio State in a 1-possession game. That's not anything to be too worried about. All right, you're slow start. And college football also has become more like the NFL, where it used to be, hey, you lost a game. Well, there goes the national championship. Sorry. You need everybody else to lose a game to get into the BCS. Now, what's Texas going to be ranked? 6?
That's why you get that game on Saturday, though, now. Right? Like, you wouldn't get that game before because Texas would be afraid to schedule Ohio State on the road.
You get better games. But for the Bills and Ravens, I'll say it this way, Joe, because I don't want to pick yet. I don't want to pick them to lose. If they win, it will be a very impressive win. That's what I want to say about it. Because the Ravens are returning an awful lot. The Ravens are just as dangerous as the Bills are offensively, probably more so. Could we say more so?
More so.
And defensively, the Ravens are much more put together, I think, than the Bills are. The Bills, I'm ready for the Bills to need a couple of weeks, months, to get everything right. I mean, if you're Deion Walker and TJ Sanders, welcome to the league. It's the Ravens. It's the best run team in football, arguably, right up there with the Bills. It's a great run team. It's Derrick Henry. It's Lamar Jackson. Hey, you're rushing the passer, and you are rookie Landon Jackson if he dresses for this game, or whoever. It's you haven't played against too many guys like this one. He'll do whatever he wants against you. So I'm ready to say if they win it, it will be a very impressive win, no matter how they get it done.
And if they lose it, you have a lot of time to make up the 1 seed, right? But it will feel like your odds have taken a hit. It would be basically a 2-game lead for Baltimore right out of the gates to be the 1 seed. So, and for me, that's a lot of this year. Do that thing. You haven't done it yet. Get your easier matchup in the second round of the playoffs. Get your free win in the first round of the playoffs. But if you lose to Baltimore in week 1, you're just going to be asking for help somewhere along the way. And you might get it, right? Pittsburgh plays Baltimore tough sometimes, not recently. And Cincinnati's in their division. So you could get that help. But yeah, it'll be a little bit of a blow. I think it being so early though makes it tough. I guess that the fan base is going to be demoralized. I don't think that's the case. What would have to happen on Sunday for fans to be like, "Oh, season's going to be bad"? Even if they lost the way they lost last year in the regular season,
injury is the only thing that could really or should demoralize.
Yeah,
a significant.
an injury happening in the game.
Yes,
right
a
now,
significant injury.
Right, I don't think there's a result that could make Bills fans think there's they're not winning the Super Bowl this year. They lost any week 1 result.
They lost to this team 35-10 last year,
and then beat them in the playoffs.
Yep.
So
we know the game, right? That's one thing about I think fans of this team now. Maybe early on in the how good are they routine, it would have been, oh man, maybe the division, maybe someone's going to come up and get them, and now they can sometimes win 11 games, sometimes win 13, win the division. It's a tough test. Week 1, they play the Ravens. Who do the Bengals play? The Browns? Oh, Cincinnati. Yeah, they're off to a fast start.
Right.
It might be different if they played a better team. So I don't want to get too wrapped up in what this game ultimately means. It, of course, counts, but I'm looking at Joey Bosa for this game as the guy I need to be the difference maker. Who's going to do it on the defensive side, right? You've got questions at who's playing corner because we don't know about Trey White. Tomorrow we get injury updates on everybody and injury designations. Is Trey White going to play? If he does play, is that enough? Is Cole Bishop ready to go next to Taylor Rapp against this team, which is a tough test? Is the defensive line, which is down another player, and Hoyt and Ogunjobi are both suspended, and Maxwell Harrison's out as well. Half your defense is already out.
Right.
Kind of. So if they put it together and they find a way to get over Baltimore, it's going to be a really, really nice win. Can the offense mesh? As much as it's everybody eats is back, you have 3 new wide receivers as part of this group. Shavers, Palmer, and Elijah Moore. So there's a lot of moving pieces, and there's been some transition for this team. I don't know that we should really expect them to be their sharpest. If they are, great. But last year they nearly lost to Arizona in the opener.
Yep.
They won by 6, whatever, and Arizona had the ball late with a chance to go and get the game-winning points. So I don't know if that's almost lost, but that's an Arizona team nobody was all that impressed by really at any point in the year, and they were giving it to the Bills.
We'll do this more this week, I'm sure, but are the Bills' injuries worse for week 1 than Baltimore's injuries?
Who's Baltimore got?
Jair Alexander and Isaiah Likely.
Yeah,
that's their second best pass catcher and one of their starting corners, which Bills, maybe that's even. That's a wash.
Yeah.
And then, as much as the Bills have a couple injuries here, like Dwayne Carter now out for the year, and that's tough. That's a season. I don't think they're missing anybody on offense that's as good or as important as Likely is. Likely's
very good.
There was talk they were going to give him an extension before the season. That has not happened, and maybe that's something injury related. I don't know, but he's very good. And
they do have.
I think he's probably not playing week 1. He's practicing a month.
Yeah, they do have Andrews, of course. Who's older, and his target share dropped quite a bit.
They'll work to get him a touchdown, won't they?
You would think so.
Or will they not? Because they don't want him to drop another one at the goal line and have another moment where fans are berating him.
What did Harbaugh say about Likely this week? Because, again, he doesn't have an injury designation either.
Nope. It was just that we knew there was just a report that he didn't practice.
Yeah,
yesterday.
he sat out Monday's practice. Okay, there you go. So we'll see about that.
And he didn't practice since August 1st.
Okay.
So
is Curtis Samuel going to be back for the Bills? Will he get an injury designation? Is Shakir going to be good to go? Mm-hmm. We would hope.
He has been back. So I feel like the arrow is trending up on that. But we'll see.
803-0550 sales thoughts on Dwayne Carter, and we'll get his thoughts as we roll into a game week. It's Bills and Ravens in Sunday Night Football. We'll be waiting all day for Sunday night once we get there. Eagles and Cowboys on Thursday, Chiefs and Chargers on Friday. Happy football season on WGR.
If you're putting Jackson and Allen above Mahomes, by that rule, shouldn't you also be required to put Burrow ahead of Mahomes?
No.
Because he's been so definitively better?
No. He's not been definitively better to me.
No?
No. He lacks, he puts up monster points. The thing about Burrow, he's great. I did call him Fancy Kirk Cousins, which I still think applies here.
You've called him that for years.
Yeah, well, it's a compliment. Compliment. Cousins is pretty good.
That's not a compliment.
Fancy Kirk Cousins is like saying...
You can say that's not a compliment.
It's like a fancier version of a
mid-quarterback.
No, if I said like a fancy Tage Thompson.
You're basically saying he's Kirk Cousins with a cool haircut.
No, I'm saying he's better. But anyway, the thing about Burrow is he gets into complete... And you'll know this for fantasy. And then we just answered this question for Larry about CeeDee Lamb. Why? Why is he going to put up 1,700 yards? Because he's going to have to. Because his team is going to play game scripts that are going to be like that. If you threw Allen in Cincinnati, would he put up 50 touchdowns and 4,800 yards? Like probably. Neighborhood. He'd put up just what Burrow does because he would throw to Chase and Higgins, and his team's defense would be an absolute disaster, and they would not be running the ball with everybody eats. It would be, all right, Josh, get back there and throw it 48 times a game. So Burrow is in an ecosystem that kind of, I'm not saying it inflates his stats. It's just I don't think I have to put him above Mahomes, and I wouldn't. I'd put Mahomes third.
I would definitely put Burrow
maybe Mahomes fourth and Jackson Dart third. No, I'm kidding.
Jackson, that is a complete opposite of the preseason pledge.
No, that's right. I'm kidding.
This is one of the easiest picks I've ever made. Texas is loaded. Texas is number one. They have a Manning at quarterback. Poor Ohio State. They ain't got a chance. Give me my first love.
Here it comes.
Lee Corso put on Brutus the Buckeye, his final pick. Great tributes to Corso, not only on ESPN, but on Fox as well. Fox had the game.
Yeah.
And
they did a Lee Corso
They
tribute.
did a lot about Lee Corso. Really great. I mean, it's I don't think it's overstating it to say, like, College Game Day, that show they have, really did a lot to build college football into what it is. Like, sometimes you have something like that, and college football has had that for quite some time. So cheers to Lee Corso, who was great.
And he picked the same mascot for the first time he did it and the last time he did it.
Yeah.
And also he went 6 for 6 in his final picks, which part of was because he went to Florida State, right? I think is that why he picked Florida State over Bama. He was the only person in the world to pick Florida State over Bama, but then Florida State upset Bama, which is awesome. So cool, really cool.
Very cool, very cool. Good for Lee Corso.
That show really also has done a very good job of, like, I grew up with that show, and that cast and crew is now totally different, right? From what it was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's still, like, I think they've done a good job of bringing in, like, a new generation.
Well,
for, like, that's sitting at that table. Like, in terms of, like, you got very different. I kind of enjoy how annoyed Saban gets at McAfee, for instance.
Right,
he's like
right.
the grouchy old man. He's got this lunatic kid sitting next to him the whole time.
I found myself accidentally watching Fox and then switching back to ESPN and then back to Fox. I saw Dave Portnoy was there for Fox, part of the big controversy. He wore a Michigan
but he
shirt.
wasn't okay, of course.
He was on the broadcast on Fox, so whatever. Yeah, it was great. In college football, Arch Manning over the weekend. A lot of hype for Arch Manning. Tough test.
You know how many good Manning quarterbacks have there really been, if we think about it? One.
Archie was thought of as pretty good, I think.
He was?
I don't know. I didn't see him. I guess he was pretty good on a terrible franchise.
All right.
Like, was he Matt Stafford with the Lions? I don't know. I didn't watch Archie Manning play back in the day. Maybe I should have.
Maybe 2 good quarterbacks. It's his first game at Ohio State. Pretty tough.
Pretty tough,
but environment. But he had, 30 yards at the half? Like, it wasn't going well.
No.
14-7, by the way, for like what was the most anticipated Week 1 college football game ever. And what did I get? 14-7. I had the over, if you can't tell.
Oh, okay. That'll do it. That'll do it.
46.5 fell dead 8 minutes into the game.
803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-552-550. Maybe you watched Belichick last night. The NFL Top 100 crowns Saquon Barkley the number 1 overall player. That's the players voting on that. Your final tale of the tape by team. The Bills had 3 players appear in the top 100.
Mm-hmm.
The Eagles had 9.
Mm-hmm.
Detroit 7. Houston 6. 5 players: Green Bay, Kansas City, San Francisco, Tampa, and Washington.
Mm-hmm.
5 teams had 0 players appear in the NFL Top 100.
New England?
No, New England had 1.
Gonzalez, maybe. Christian Gonzalez, who had 0. The Saints
Correct.
had 0.
Yeah.
The Cardinals
had 3.
3, really?
3.
Trey McBride would have made that list. Who else? Seattle?
Seattle had 2.
Chicago?
0.
Okay.
That'll change this year, I think.
With who?
I don't know, but they'll put up
Somebody?
enough points that someone gets the top 100.
Either Williams or
Luther Burden.
a Dunze.
Or somebody.
Yeah.
Somebody will get or Colston Loveland. I don't know. Somebody will make the top 100 from Chicago this year.
Okay. Cleveland?
No, Cleveland had 2. Garrett, among others. Pittsburgh had 4.
Oh, come on. Wait, TJ Watt.
You're looking for Carolina?
4.
0 for Carolina, 0 for Chicago, 0 for Indy, 0 for New Orleans, and 0 for Tennessee.
Okay. Jeffrey Simmons disrespect there, but whatever. Right. That's fine.
I think I'm ready to buy some Cam Ward hype.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I think he's got the right kind of hype right now.
Which is not much?
Which is very measured, Just saying, the kid looks like he's up to it.
Yeah.
That sounds like the hype around. It's not Arch Manning. It's just
he is like the least talked about first overall pick I can remember.
And his coach is an offensive coach.
Yep.
Like, I just wonder if that can be a little okay. His first career start will be against the league's best defense in the rain. So
at Denver is going to be a nightmare for him.
It's going to be tough.
Yeah.
So just get ready. That's at Denver too. I thought it was in Tennessee.
I've got that.
It is at
Denver.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So buy Cam Ward stock after this week.
Okay.
Because then again, on the road, if he does well against Denver on the road in the rain, it'd be impressive. 803-0550. We'll check it with Sal and get the latest on Dwayne Carter. There could be a roster move coming from the Bills as well. 803-0550 on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook.
Shouldn't, if you're putting Jackson and Allen above Mahomes, by that rule, shouldn't you also be required to put Burrow ahead of Mahomes?
No.
Because he's been so definitively better?
No. He's not been definitively better to me.
No?
No. He lacks... I mean, he puts up monster points. The thing about Burrow, he's great. I did call him Fancy Kirk Cousins, which I still think applies here.
You've called him that for years.
Yeah, well, it's a compliment. Compliment. Kirk Cousins is pretty good.
That's not
and
a compliment.
Fancy Kirk Cousins is like saying...
You can say that's not a compliment.
It's like a fancier version of a
mid-quarterback.
No, if I said like a fancy Tage Thompson.
You're basically saying he's Kirk Cousins with a cool haircut.
No, I'm saying he's better. But anyway, the thing about Burrow is he gets into complete... And you'll know this for fantasy. And then we just answered this question for Larry about CeeDee Lamb. Why? Why is he going to put up 1,700 yards? Because he's going to have to. Because his team is going to play game scripts that are going to be like that. If you threw Allen in Cincinnati, would he put up 50 touchdowns and 4,800 yards? Like, probably. Neighborhood. He'd put up just what Burrow does because he would throw to Chase and Higgins, and his team's defense would be an absolute disaster, and they would not be running the ball with everybody eats. It would be, all right, Josh, get back there and throw it 48 times a game. So Burrow is in an ecosystem that kind of, I'm not saying it inflates his stats. It's just I don't think I have to put him above Mahomes, and I wouldn't. I'd put Mahomes third.
I would definitely put Mahomes
maybe Mahomes fourth and Jackson Dart third. No, I'm kidding.
Jackson that is a complete opposite of the preseason pledge.
No, that's right. I'm kidding.
Heading into week 1 in the NFL. Season opener is Thursday, Cowboys and Eagles. Friday night, Chargers Chiefs. That game is on YouTube if you'll be looking for it. And then it's Bills and Ravens on Sunday Night Football. Josh Allen, Terrell Bernard, your two team captains for the second year in a row. Bills defensive tackle Dwayne Carter tore his Achilles over the last few days. He will miss the entire season. Third-round pick of the Bills in 2024. Jordan Schultz reported that, and then Carter seemingly confirming it by tweeting about it after the fact. So Carter out for the year. Injuries going into this week. On the Baltimore side, corner Jair Alexander did not practice yesterday. Neither did tight end Isaiah Likely. And neither has practiced in over a month, so either playing this week would feel like a bit of a surprise. But we'll see as the week progresses. The Bills will have their first injury report of the week tomorrow. Elsewhere around the NFL, Adam Schefter reports it's uncertain if Micah Parsons makes his Packers debut this week. He has a back injury, however, he did practice on Monday in a limited capacity. Running back for the Chargers, Najee Harris, has been cleared to play. It's not confirm whether he will play on Friday in Brazil. He had the eye accident at the 4th of July and looks like he will be good to go, if not week 1, somewhere early in the season. U.S. Open, Jessie Pegula wins to advance to the quarterfinals. She'll meet unranked Barboa Krejcikova this morning at 11:30. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Good morning. Happy fall. It's September 2nd. I know, Sal, did you tweet it out? I didn't see your tweet. Did you say it? Did you do your rabbit to start fall? Yeah. And do you do it differently when it's a bigger month change? I consider September a seasonal month change as well, so it's a big one, September 1st, and here we are September 2nd. So good morning.
Good morning. No, yes, I did. I did it yesterday because it was September 1st, and thankfully Yana texted it to me. She had left early to go work out, and I was actually still sleeping, and she texted me the two rabbit emojis. I'm like, oh yeah, I got to say it, and then I got to tweet it out. So I say it first thing in the morning, rabbit for good luck. It's what happens the first day of the month. It's an old type of tale that I learned years ago, so I try to do it, and then I tweet it out. And then what's happened over the years, Jeremy, it's very interesting, because of my role and what I do for a living, I tweet out 2 rabbit emojis, and suddenly people think I'm tweeting about the Bills signing somebody, and it's DeAndre Hopkins,
right?
Or
sure,
so, you know what I mean. And I'm like, no. So then I've added the calendar emoji to it to kind of like temper that a little bit, but I still have to explain it to people sometimes. So it's kind of taken on a bit of a life.
I'm now trying to think of all the greatest rabbit-based names. Hopkins is good, or like, was there somebody named Harrison? Harrison Phillips is coming back. I gotcha. Or anyway, that's funny. That's great.
Doesn't Max Hairston, isn't he going to need a nickname that's something rabbit related, considering he's like the fastest player on the team?
And he jumps routes and all that.
It's hair.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like that.
Bad.
We're going to workshop that.
I like that. Hopefully get him on the field as soon as possible. He's going to miss, obviously, 4 games coming up here. That's the minimum, and hopefully he'll be ready to rock and roll after that. And obviously this week we're going to be checking out what's happening at that position around him, guys, because there's a lot of intrigue and wonderment about Tre'Davious White still. It's interesting. Yesterday, you're talking, Jeremy, about first of the month and rabbit, and then one of the other things that happened yesterday was lots of teams had practice with media availability. Lots of teams didn't. The Bills were in the boat that didn't. So even though I'm sure the players were, doing things yesterday, there was no media. We have no idea if Tre'Davious White was doing anything, team-wise, practice-wise, and we won't know any of that until tomorrow. Whereas, as you mentioned, Joe, at Baltimore, they saw no Isaiah Likely, no Jair Alexander, no Patrick Ricard, by the way, which is interesting. We can talk about. But, I know Miami, Marcel Louis-Jacques was there, New England, but there were a lot of teams that didn't have practice, so we wait another day to find that out.
Yeah. So, Sal, we'll get the injury designations tomorrow, but let's talk about, we already know one thing happened over the weekend, a bit of a surprise kind of out of nowhere, and I imagine it would happen for the player too. Dwayne Carter's Achilles injury that takes him out for the season.
Yeah, it's a real shame for him, obviously. Young player going into his second year who was going to be a part of the defensive rotation. And look, I mean, a week or so ago, a lot of people were wondering, what his role was on this team. Could they even be looking to, move him and trade him? Never, to me, was it a question if he would, make the 53. They weren't going to move off a third-round pick, after 1 year, especially with the suspension to Larry Ogunjobi. But you do wonder, with Daquan Jones and Ed Oliver as starters, TJ Sanders and Deion Walker, the rookies looking so good, what was Dwayne Carter's role? My answer would be his role would be what it was last year, as a rotational piece. There's going to be pretty much 5 guys. One guy won't get a jersey on game day oftentimes, but he's an important depth piece. But really for him, more than anything, his development, this is going to be really, really tough for him, obviously, to miss an entire year before coming back next year. In the meantime, because they do have Larry Ogunjobi suspended, you're down to 4 defensive tackles on the active roster. Ed Oliver, Daquan Jones, TJ Sanders, Deion Walker. Question is now, guys, do they activate, or should say sign someone from the practice squad? I'm anticipating that Dwayne Carter's going to go on IR this week at some point, maybe today, tomorrow, end of the week, whatever. At that point, they'll have an extra roster spot open. Will they sign Jordan Phillips? Will they sign Zion Logue? I think both those guys are clear candidates to join the 53. Maybe Logue right now more than Phillips. We'll see. Or do they sign somebody at a different position, and then you use your elevations for those guys, because you could kind of do that for a few weeks here until you get to Larry Ogunjobi coming back. I think, you can look at it a few different ways here.
Yeah. Would Phillips strike you as the right type of defensive tackle to fit Carter? I guess, Sal, what did you think the Bills wanted from Carter this year? I know there had been some talk, Bean had even spoke about, right, like maybe some 1 technique for him this year versus 3 technique, but I feel like when he was drafted, the idea of him was more of a penetrator, maybe a little smaller, but somebody that you would think would be more of a guy that would get after the quarterback.
Yeah, that's really more what it is, Joe. I think he's more of a 3 tech who could play a little bit of 1 tech. And that was, I think, once they saw that TJ Sanders, could also fit that role, and then they saw Deion Walker, what he could do, and we all saw Deion Walker flash, right? I mean, I think that is, what they envisioned him to be, more of that Ed Oliver kind of backup, but a guy that could slide over if you need him to. I wonder, if it's a game-by-game basis. You asked about Jordan Phillips. Jordan Phillips is a veteran. He's seen everything in this league. Is that the kind of player that you'd be real comfortable with, having on the roster this week against the Baltimore Ravens and Derrick Henry? Zion Logue's a big man. If that's somebody you want to add as well to the mix. You could also just roll into the game with 4 defensive tackles. They quite often do that, to be honest with you. So I wonder if this is a game-by-game basis, or if this is something more long-term, if they decide to bring somebody up to the 53-man roster. It'll be interesting to see how they play it. Yes, Joe, I think Jordan Phillips would kind of fit that role, but we'll see how they want to play it. I think the key here is what they've seen from TJ Sanders and Deion Walker through preseason and camp. I think that's more than anything kind of what matters on how these guys fit and what their roles are over the next several weeks, at least until Ogunjobi comes back.
So we had a call in the first hour asking about this game with Baltimore. Here we are in a game week. We're talking about what's going on the defensive line. You opened up talking about Tre'Davious White. We don't really know his status yet. The safety room has been a lot of conversation, obviously, throughout camp and the preseason. What should the expectation be in terms of, maybe this is kind of a question for McDermott this week, right? Like your defense coming together. You have a lot of new pieces, and you have, almost half of a defense out with Hairston as well. So it's a big test, and I feel like it'll go a long way to show, what McDermott and Bobby Babich can kind of put together, come up with, given how much they're already going through to start the season.
No doubt. I think it's a challenge. Right away, you look at the game. You could make an argument. I'm sure there could be a debate here. You could make an argument that this is the toughest game in the regular season the team will play all year. Now, of course, the Eagles won the Super Bowl. They come to Buffalo. That's late. That's December when both teams might be in a different spot. So, I get that. Of course, the Chiefs, right? But certainly it's right up there. And you come right out of the chute, and you got to play, A, maybe the toughest team on your schedule or toughest game. That's part of it. B, a team that their last game here, the Baltimore Ravens, they just lost to end their season. You think they don't want to come here and atone for that? Oh, my gosh. I think very clearly to what happened when the Bills beat the Colts in the playoffs, and the next year was the Jonathan Taylor game, right? And they were like, yeah, we want to go over there and show them, like, we thought we should have won that playoff game, and we want to show we were the better team. Like, I think about things like that. That stuff is real, right? These guys, they know. Like, they came here, and they want to prove a point this year coming to this game. And then there's the injuries on top of it, Jeremy, which you mentioned, which is something they've been dealing with. Now, look, there's always the upside of it allowed guys to really get more opportunity. It allowed them to use some of their depth to see what they had in some of these rookies. And I think they were able to see who fits, who doesn't, and getting Deion Walker and TJ Sanders involved, getting Dorian Strong involved, right? I think those are real benefits for this team. But they also didn't have Cole Bishop for quite a while. And finally, the last couple of weeks, he's been on the field a little bit more, right? So, yeah, that's just an example there. They're going to have to, what do they do? How do they manage Joey Bosa throughout the year? Want to make sure it is a marathon, not a sprint. He's been healthy, but you want to make sure you stay healthy when it comes to that. It is a test. There's no doubt for Sean McDermott, for Bobby Babich. But, look, the NFL, they'll be the first to tell you, no one feels sorry for you in this league, right? You go out there and you have to perform, period. It doesn't matter who's on the field.
Sal, we mentioned the Baltimore injuries going into the week as they did practice yesterday and had that open. So of the three guys that we just mentioned, likely Jair Alexander and Pat Ricard, how important do you see each of those injuries? They're all starters. Likely maybe is their second best pass catcher. Alexander's the one where I feel like we talked about him when there was a rumor about the Bills acquiring him. He's got injury problems throughout his career. So it maybe isn't even that stunning that he wouldn't be available to them right away.
Yeah, when he signed, I remember the day he signed, and we were all like, oh, all right, Ravens, there they go, loading up. Well, it was a risky signing, obviously, and everybody kind of knew he had some injuries. Apparently, from what I've read, he already had his knee drained, right after he got there. And, that's been an issue for him, a knee injury, and that's kind of what held him back in Green Bay. And now he has not practiced, guys, since August 4th, I think it is. Maybe August 1st, somewhere in there. It's been quite a while for him. It would be, to me, a long shot for him to be able to play this week, even if he's able to practice, right? But who knows? We'll see. Important-wise, I don't know if I'd put him up there as important because it's somebody they really didn't have, and they've been practicing without him anyway. Same thing with Isaiah Likely, but for him, the difference is, he just changes the dynamic of their offense. They love to run two tight ends, Mark Andrews, Isaiah Likely. They like to go big on you. These guys are really good tight ends. They're the new age tight ends who can block, who can catch. Isaiah Likely's the guy last year in the opener against the Chiefs who just missed getting the full foot inbounds to beat the Chiefs in that game to open up Thursday Night Football. He's a really big piece. So I'd say he is the most important, but boy, Patrick Ricard, that's an interesting one that didn't really percolate until recently when you kind of noticed that he was missing practice. If you follow what's going on in Baltimore, really it's been a couple weeks now for him too. He has not practiced in a little while. And he's dealing with, okay, you know how we have the thing here with Tre'Davious White, it's a lower leg, right? It's a leg injury, right? Nobody's really saying what specifically it is because you don't have to yet. For Patrick Ricard, it's soft tissue injury. Nobody knows what it is. It's a soft tissue injury. I mean, I haven't seen it. Maybe there's something out there specifically. And I don't know what that is, and I don't know what that means for him. But to me, Patrick Ricard is a really big piece for them, especially in this matchup because the Bills are a lighter defense intentionally. The Bills play lighter to be more athletic, and we saw what can happen sometimes when the Bills play bigger teams. Why? That's a big reason the Bills went and got bigger this offseason. They're a little bit more lighter than most teams. They like to be athletic, and they have to be a little stronger at the point of attack. Patrick Ricard is a big piece of what the Ravens like to do against the Bills.
Last time these two teams played, so you wonder how much this will be a factor. And I'm looking at Derrick Henry's game log, not only against the Bills, but the month coming into that game. I just want to give you these numbers. It's kind of funny. Like 162, 147, 138, 186. Those were the 4 games before he played the Bills. Then against the Bills, it's 16 for 84 yards. And I wonder if John Harbaugh had an offseason hearing about how they didn't give the ball to Henry enough in that game. He ran 16 for 84, 5.3, and a touchdown. Like, he had a fine game, but, whether it's not enough touches because of game script, whatever, I wonder how much the Bills' run defense will be tested and how much Baltimore will want to make them prove it, especially with the youth they've got in the middle of their line now.
No doubt. I think that'll be a big part of their game plan. Why not? You have Derrick Henry. He's fresh. He just signs... was it the offseason? This offseason got the contract extension, right? I think it was. It's the first game of the year, fresh legs. That this is a team that you've had some success running on them before. Remember the first play of the game and Sunday Night Football, but there's been times where they've stopped them. I went back and watched the wild card game, divisional round, the playoff game. And one thing that just was apparent from the get-go, the Bills came into that game saying, we are not letting Derrick Henry beat us. We're just not letting it happen. And the Bills just from the jump, if you go watch that first series, second series, every time Derrick Henry touched the ball, he had to start going laterally. He could not get his feet going downhill. And that's the key with him. You have to make him go side to side. Once you get him to turn a little bit, it's different than tackling him straight on when he's Derrick Henry, plowing through holes going, 65 miles an hour. And the Bills just said, we are not going to let that happen. And then the Ravens, because of that, you saw some big plays. Bateman down the field, right? There was the Henry drop. Remember that Henry drop? That was a big one early in the game down the sidelines because the Bills were so focused on stopping the run. And I think the Bills have to kind of play that way to force the Ravens to change and alter their game plan a little bit. Maybe John Harbaugh has been hearing, you didn't give it to Derrick Henry enough. But I got to be honest, it wasn't working until the second half. Then they did, and then it was working. The Ravens did a good job on the Bills in the second half running the football, and a lot of that was Derrick Henry, and they started handing him the ball. But early in the game, I think the Bills just forced the Ravens to kind of have to do a couple things differently than they wanted to do because they weren't having success. The one thing I thought the Ravens did not do that I think that they should have done more, they never had Lamar pull it and run in that game. Right? Yeah. Like Lamar handed the ball off, and there was never a threat of him to run. He had runs, but they were all on scrambles. Like there was no design Lamar runs in that game, really, from what I remember. Very few.
I feel like I remember the number 2 for that. There were only 2 in that game for him, which I see 6 carries, so maybe that adds up. 6 for 39 in that game, Sal. And receiving wise, I wonder how much, if you watch a lot of that game back, do you feel like they missed Zay Flowers in that game? Because he'll be available this week. Because it's not like the Ravens didn't get their chunks when they did throw the ball. But he is their most accomplished receiver. Well, maybe not accomplished. Maybe he's their best because DeAndre Hopkins is there now.
Yeah, I mean, he's a big part of their offense, no doubt. And he's an outlet for Lamar, but he's also a guy that can, get down the field. And he's a guy that I think has had a really good start to his NFL career. He was missed very badly, I think, in that game against the Bills. And they're going to rely on him in this game. So, we'll see. Yes, they do have DeAndre Hopkins now, Tylan Wallace, Anthony Miller. They don't have all these great names, on the back end of their depth chart, guys that can kind of fill some roles and do different things. And we know DeAndre Hopkins has had a great, career in the NFL. What is he right now at this stage, at his age? But I think Bateman and Flowers are tough to deal with. And, you got to remember, the Bills also, in the first game they played, they were without Taron Johnson and Matt Milano and Terrell Bernard, all 3 of those guys, right? Then they go into the game, and they were healthier, and that helped the Bills, obviously. So I think both ways can be looked at here. Both these teams had some injuries to deal with when they played each other last year in the 2 games.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Sal, we know you got to run. We'll talk tomorrow and get game injury designations as we roll through this game week. Happy season. We'll talk soon.
You got it, guys. Thanks.
Sal Cabaccio on the Western Hotline. One thing I had just top of mind, what was I going to mention to you, Joe? It was about Josh Allen. Shocker, right? All right. Talk about something else. Give me a minute.
Josh Allen, by the way, who was still amazing that he was 127 yards, no touchdowns in that game.
Yeah.
No passing touchdowns. He did have 2 rushing touchdowns in that game. 10 for 20, though, rushing. Like, 10 for 20 rushing, 16 for 22, 127, and they won the football game.
Yeah. Turnovers. Big mistakes for Baltimore. And a drop at the end zone by Mark Andrews. No, what I was going to say was, let's get stupid. Ready? I got a let's get stupid for you. Let's get stupid. Joe Brady calls that pass-out throwback to Allen play, the trick play. Baltimore will never see it coming.
That is
like, listen, guys.
If there's capital S.
If there's one thing the Bills are not going to do today, they're not going to run a throwback to Allen.
All right.
Where he then throws it. They'll never do that.
He lined up at receiver. Who took the snap?
I don't know.
Curtis Samuel took the snap?
I blacked out.
I got to watch that play.
I just know that it happened. They were in that game.
Yeah, they were. Oh man, they were coming back a little bit.
Was it 24-10? Let me find it. They were not totally dead yet.
No, and they were driving. I think they were driving.
Yes, they were like midfield.
Midfield when it happened. Also, man, is that the biggest hit he's taken? Like,
he got lit up
as a Bill.
Yeah, he got lit up in Houston the week before or the week after.
That was the concussion controversy, whatever. Yeah, the Bills, okay, so coming into the second half, they're down 21-3, right? 21-3. They force back-to-back 3-and-outs by the Ravens. The Bills score a touchdown, 4 plays, 60 yards. Couldn't have started better, right? You threw 2 3-and-outs, and you scored quick. And it's 21-10. You're driving. There's still 7 minutes left in the third quarter. And yeah, here it is. Direct snap to Curtis Samuel. Josh Allen sacked -7. Fumbles recovered by Kyle Hamilton. And that's basically your football game.
What was the score at the time?
21-10.
All right,
You're driving halfway through the third quarter. You make it a 4-point game. And
it's a game.
We're talking. But the trick play just
equally
blows up.
Stupid, possibly. I started to do something. You tell me if this is stupid or not. Whenever there's a crazy college football play, I tweet it and tag Joe Brady. Is that dumb? Did you see the play? Somebody over the weekend ran a tush-push long snap pass.
Okay.
Where it's like the tush-push formation, and instead of snapping it to the quarterback, they snap it through the quarterback's legs, long snapped back to the running back. The quarterback pretends to fall into the pile, tush-push style, while a tight end leaks out for a really big gain.
Okay.
Fake tush-push, a play-action tush-push, if you will, but it was snapped between the legs of the quarterback.
See,
is it stupid to tag the Bills' offensive coordinator with crazy plays, or is it something where he's watching these games and thinking, like, I like that, I like that? LSU ran an orbit motion handoff to the receiver and pulled a guard. It was a really elaborate run play. I could totally see the Bills using this year.
Well, in this one instance, this was what was it? A long snapper trick play?
No, it was just the picture. Josh Allen lines
I'm watching
up.
it now.
Yeah, they snap it through the legs of the quarterback.
That's what I'm asking. Is this a special teams play? No, this is the offense.
This is a tush push. Yeah, a tush push.
I see. Okay,
fake.
This is awesome,
right? Come on,
they should run this.
It's not bad.
They should just have it. Have it. Save it.
Kansas City.
Just file it away. Put it in an envelope somewhere. Put it away.
Right.
Break it out in January.
4th and 1. There's 4 minutes left.
Yeah.
They have the lead.
Man.
They're trying to protect it. And instead of going for the first down, they go for the kill shot.
They would never. No coach would have the stones to run that play.
To
4th and 1. And imagine AFC Championship. It's 4th and 1. And what would McDermott do? Or would he even know? Wait, what is that you just called?
Yeah.
It's 4th and 1. You're down 3 to the Chiefs. There's a minute left. You're going for it. You're trying to win the game.
Love it.
And you hear Joe Brady call this play. Do you get on the mic if you're the head coach?
My guess is,
no, sir, No, you are not doing this right. I am fired tomorrow if this goes horribly wrong.
You hear Joe Brady call this play. What you mean is you hear a play call and you say, "What's that? What's that?"
Right.
McDermott's on the horn like, "What play?
What play is that?
I've never heard of this before. What are we going to do?" "Oh yeah, we're going to snap
Brady,
it.
don't worry about
We're
it.
going to snap it through the legs of the quarterback to
And James Cook's going to throw a pass."
Well, funny thing about that, I was watching recently. It might have been Edelman talking once that in the Super Bowl against the Eagles, maybe there's a play where does he throw a touchdown?
I don't think it's in the Super Bowl.
Okay, it's just a game against the Eagles.
Yeah,
he's telling a story where they're practicing during the week, and there's supposed to be a pitch out to him, and he throws back to the running back in a running back screen. So it's a throw out to the right. He's supposed to turn back left to the running back on a screen. He gets the throw. It's kind of blown up, and he sees a guy downfield and wings it and throws a touchdown pass.
Yeah.
Something that Edelman, had talked about with the receiver who's running the clear out. Like, hey, by the way, just turn your head just in case. Like, you never know. And Edelman throws the touchdown pass, and they score.
Yeah.
And then Edelman goes back to the sidelines, and Josh McDaniels says, like, "You're dangerous, Maverick." Like, freaks out on him about, like, "I can't believe you actually pulled that off."
But I think part of it was I think he had mentioned that to the coaches during the practice week, and they told him,
Don't do it.
Do not do that.
Do not do that.
Do not go to you don't have a second read. Do not read the defense and then go back across the field. They said, do not make that throw. It's like, if it's not there, just run. And he decided anyway to throw it. Which is crazy.
You can't get the greatness unless you go off script a little bit.
Yeah.
It's Josh Allen's whole career. Anyway, just saying. He did catch a touchdown pass that he threw kind of against the Niners. Like, that happened.
That Ravens play, we've mentioned this before. It is the only trick play they've run since Brian Dable, I believe.
And probably the last one.
And Dable used to run a lot of them. Like,
Cole
Beasley's
games.
thrown touchdown passes. Allen has caught touchdown passes. Some that didn't work. Remember the fake QB sneak throwback against Pittsburgh to the running back that didn't work? This coordinator has not done that at all. And neither did Ken Dorsey.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, happy football season. Injury designations to come tomorrow from Bill's practice. And, it's Baltimore week. We're 2 days away from the start of the NFL season with the Eagles and the Cowboys. Still Micah Parsons trade fallout, all that good stuff. Give us a ring. Wide open phone lines for you, too, here on WGR.
If you're putting Jackson and Allen above Mahomes, by that rule, shouldn't you also be required to put Burrow ahead of Mahomes?
No.
Because he's been so definitively better?
No. He's not been definitively better to me.
No?
No. He lacks, he puts up monster points. The thing about Burrow, he's great. I did call him fancy Kirk Cousins, which I still think applies here.
You've called him that for years.
Yeah, well, it's a compliment. Kirk Cousins is pretty good.
That's not a compliment.
Fancy Kirk Cousins is like saying...
You can say that's not a compliment.
It's like a fancier version of a
mid-quarterback.
No, if I said like a fancy Tage Thompson.
You're basically saying he's Kirk Cousins with a cool haircut.
No, I'm saying he's better. But anyway, the thing about Burrow is he gets into complete... And you'll know this for fantasy. And then we just answered this question for Larry about CeeDee Lamb. Why? Why is he going to put up 1,700 yards? Because he's going to have to. Because his team is going to play game scripts that are going to be like that. If you threw Allen in Cincinnati, would he put up 50 touchdowns and 4,800 yards? Like, probably. Neighborhood. He'd put up just what Burrow does because he would throw to Chase and Higgins, and his team's defense would be an absolute disaster, and they would not be running the ball with everybody eats. It would be, all right, Josh, get back there and throw it 48 times a game. So Burrow is in an ecosystem that kind of, I'm not saying it inflates his stats. It's just I don't think I have to put him above Mahomes, and I wouldn't. I'd put Mahomes third.
I would definitely put Burrow
maybe Mahomes fourth and Jackson Dart third. No, I'm kidding.
Jackson, that is a complete opposite of the preseason pledge.
No, that's right. I'm kidding.
It's game week for Bills-Ravens. Sunday Night Football, week 1. We get the NFL season opener in 2 days between the Eagles and the Cowboys. The Bills lose defensive tackle Dwayne Carter for the season to a torn Achilles. Their third-round pick from 2024 is done for the year. That's not official from the team yet, but Carter did tweet about it, seemingly confirming that he has that injury. The Ravens had a practice yesterday, and there was media there to see that there was no Isaiah Likely at practice. Same goes for cornerback Jair Alexander and fullback Patrick Ricard. It seems unlikely at this point that Alexander and Likely at least would play on Sunday. In college football, North Carolina and Bill Belichick get steamrolled 48-14 by TCU last night in Belichick's debut. And at the U.S. Open, Jessie Pegula advances to the quarterfinals. She'll play this morning at 11:30. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all felt a little disrespected maybe coming in there was a lot of conversation and none of it was about us. And so, I think we all were highly motivated. Our players were certainly excited to play. Thought we did a great job of, North Carolina came out and executed really well on the first drive. We got down early and it didn't look great for us. Our guys just hung in there and, we really prepared well. Really proud of our guys and they put a lot of work in and we showed up today.
Head coach of TCU. They dominate Belichick and the UNC Tar Heels. Jeremy and Joe, happy football season. What else did we see over the weekend? You saw Miami, Notre Dame.
Yeah.
You saw plenty of Ohio State, Texas. I watched a lot of that.
Yep, the Arch Manning debut, the Clemson LSU game that night, which was a top 10 matchup. Syracuse got bodied a little bit.
They did. Yeah. Neutral site.
Tennessee, I mean.
It's right, Tennessee in a neutral
You're
site.
at an SEC opponent on the neutral site? But
it was in Atlanta. Right.
Yeah.
It was at a neutral site. Come on. We'll be back stronger than ever, of course. Maybe not. Probably not. Who knows?
Arch Manning, I can't imagine I haven't looked, is the Heisman favorite this morning. Right?
Yeah. Josh Allen ranked the number 3 player in the NFL, the highest ranking he's ever had. He was outside the top 10 last year. So ranked number 3 overall, behind Saquon Barkley at 1, Lamar Jackson at 2.
Barkley being the best player in the league. It's what that list does though, right? Like it's not really factoring in as much positional value and whatnot.
It's players saying who's the best. And isn't it also possible, I don't know if they've ever really told us the formula for how it works. Write down 3 of these players, and 3 at this position, and 3, and whoever has the... Barkley would be... Is it like a Heisman or an MVP vote where if I'm ranking quarterbacks, I might be more likely to split 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 on a given year? And if I'm ranking the running backs last year, Barkley had the best year. Henry would have been the second best. So...
Right.
I don't know how it works. I don't think you should get too bent out of shape about these rankings, anything like that. I do want to make the point about Barkley, though, because here we have a great player joined a great team. And, Joe, we would talk about the MVP race every single week, and part of it that bothered me, it always bothers me, that the MVP has become, now that Josh has his, maybe we can kind of put this to bed, but probably not. The MVP has become, who has bad teammates? Mm-hmm. It turned into that. Derrick Henry can't win it because he's got Lamar. Lamar can't win it because he's got Derrick Henry. Well, it can't be Saquon Barkley. Is the best line in football.
They can't be too bad, though, because they also have to be good enough to get you to the playoffs.
Correct.
As Joe Burrow found out.
Joe Burrow can't make it, but if he did make the playoffs, he has Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
And we kind of watched as Allen's MVP campaign became a little bit about nobody else on the team is all that good, and we know that they have a good team and they have a good roster, but they don't have as many stars, right? And this NFL Top 100 is proof of that. It's Allen, Dawkins, and Cook, and that's it. And Benford should probably be on there. We all know that. But
it is how he won. I mean, we heard voters, Dan Orlovsky.
It is how he won.
Dan Orlovsky is an MVP vote, and I remember him going on TV the next day and basically laying out, like, this is why I voted for Allen. Lamar has 9 Pro Bowlers around him. He's got Derrick Henry around him. I'm voting for Josh.
Right.
Because the idea is that it depends on how deep you go into it. Orlovsky and 27 others that voted for Allen in first place probably thought, his teammates aren't as good as Lamar Jackson's. I remember Mina Kimes laying out the reason she didn't vote for Allen was because she thought he had the best offensive line in football. Right. I'm not doing the teammate thing. I'm just looking at that because I think Allen's got an offensive line that nobody's talking about. So, but isn't that it? That's the analysis now. It's part of, though, how close they are. If there was a golf in statistics, or I guess there was a golf in statistics. If there was a golf in your reputation of the two and one had better teammates, you might give it to the better guy anyway. But in this case, I just feel like Jackson and Allen are so close that this was probably more than ever that you did the teammate thing. And it's just because you're searching for anything that shows one's value being better than the other. Because otherwise it's just going to feel like a tie. So I wonder how much of that is the MVP award and how much of it is these two. These two are neck and neck at the top, and good luck trying to differentiate between them.
Well, Barkley to the Eagles, there's probably a point to be made in here. I'm trying to find out where they ranked in rushing offense the year before he got there. Okay, I've got it. So
with Kenneth Gainwell and
with DeAndre Swift.
DeAndre Swift, right.
Right.
Yep.
They were a top 10 rushing offense the year before.
Okay.
They ran for 2,000 yards. Their yards per carry not that good. Like Barkley, this is something, whether we're talking about getting the Bills another receiver, or why James Cook matters to me, why I wanted the Bills to bring back James Cook. Did the Eagles did they massively upgrade their line last year versus the year before?
They actually lost Jason Kelce.
Okay. Kelce didn't play last year. Right. So they didn't really upgrade by any measure. What they did was they get a player in there that helps showcase that their offensive line is better than DeAndre Swift can show it can be. Mm-hmm. So the Eagles go from running for 2,100 yards, 2,190 the year before. And then last year, Barkley goes for 2,000 himself. And they maybe give him more carries. He had 345 carries. But nearly 6 yards a carry, 13 touchdowns. The school of thought for the Eagles was, we're good. We run the ball relatively well. Let's get somebody that makes it even better. And what happened? They win the Super Bowl. He becomes an MVP candidate. He gets 2,000 yards. He's named the NFL's best player. So to me, the point is, let's be careful about the MVP conversation and what the ultimate goal actually is. Not that anyone really has this confused, but it felt like the MVP conversation kind of lost sight of what is important. What you want is, what I want for the Bills, is to win the Super Bowl. And if they win the Super Bowl with 3 top 100 players or 9, nobody cares. But I think their chances to win it are better if they have 9 top 100 players like the Eagles do. So hopefully this offseason, they found a couple. Maybe it's Deion Walker who finds his way on that list, or Joey Bosa makes an appearance because he has a really good season, or who else? Keon Coleman has the kind of breakout where he's ranked the 74th best player next year. Like, I would look at all those as big-time wins for them, of course. Yeah. So, you want to win the games, and when you win the games, it's kind of like, whatever, chicken or the egg. Do you have 9 top 100 players because you won the Super Bowl, or did you win the Super Bowl because you have 9 top 100 players, Right. But finding more support. The Eagles, to me, are obviously a success story of, we were good. What if we decided to go for the best at it? The best at it. Mm-hmm. A given thing, and that's running the football. And Baltimore did the same thing, right? Baltimore is a really good run team before Derrick Henry showed up, and they showed up and said, what if we added an absolute freak show at the position to make it even more dangerous?
Yep.
So, congrats to Saquon Barkley for being number 1.
Is that also like the declaration that we're sure now like a non-quarterback will never win it again?
MVP?
Barkley had 2,000 yards last year and didn't get how many votes he had for MVP? 0. First place votes. He had 0 first place votes. In fact,
is it because his team's too good?
Maybe. I mean, I just looked back to 2022 was when they changed the way you vote on awards. for the MVP. Like
it used to be just vote for a player.
I think that's right.
And there was no first or second place votes because Russell Wilson had never received a vote.
Right. So in the 3 years since they changed the voting, a non-quarterback has not received a single first place vote. Not Tyreek Hill when he had his monster year. Maybe before that, I see Cooper Kupp got 1% the year before, but like the non-quarterbacks don't get anything.
Is there any chance the NFL players are consciously or subconsciously pushing back on the fact that nobody else gets awards? So, hey, let's shout out some running backs and some receivers at the top.
I think I have to look into what 2021 was. I think it's possible, the way I'm just looking through it real quick, that the last time a non-quarterback got a first-place vote for MVP was in 2017, Todd Guelli. 8 years ago. So those guys are not winning MVP.
No.
I probably won't look at it much this year. I've not really looked at MVP odds much recently, but I can't imagine there's a running back, a receiver, or anything anywhere near the top.
803-0550, our phone number. Jeremy and Joe. Pete Guelli, Bills and Sabres COO, coming up at the top of the hour. We'll chat about some Sabres news and notes about upgrades to the arena, single-game tickets on sale, and, of course, we are entering into week 1 of the football season, how the games might go with the stadium across the street. We got lots to get to, PSL sales, how the rivalries uniforms are being received. Plenty to get to. So Pete Guelli coming up at 8, Howard Simon at 8:30 for his first installment of formally picking the Bills, coming up at 8:30. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. As we get closer to the NFL season, we've had some jersey number switches. Matthew Golden in Green Bay was wearing 22.
Mm-hmm.
He's now to 0. That's good. And, somebody's wearing 41 I saw. Like a edge rusher's wearing 41. He wanted a single digit. I'm going to find that one.
Didn't get it?
No. But the one I wanted to get to was Shavers.
Yeah, your guy.
Shavers switches to number 14 in a tribute, of course, to Chase Claypool.
Of course.
No? Okay. Sammy Watkins? No?
No.
Diggs.
Fitzpatrick? Yeah. Diggs.
Fitz. It's had a pretty good run. And that's not a bad number. Fitz, Diggs.
Yeah.
Watkins didn't work out.
Ray McLeod somewhere in the mix there.
Wow, I did not remember that.
You know the only reason I know that? I have a buddy who has a number 14 Ray McLeod jersey.
So,
which there must be a million Bills number 14 jerseys out there in the wild, and that is the only one that is that player.
That person should wear the jersey to a bar and say, I'll bet you a beer you don't know who's on the back of this jersey. I'll give you 3 guesses.
Yeah.
And it's Ray McLeod. Here's the question I have. Because I know a guy, Mike, who does, he'll switch the nameplates out for you. So I'm tweeting about it. Like, hey, if you want to get your nameplate switched, you got a 14 jersey. Switching a Diggs jersey to Shavers. Thoughts?
No.
Here's
don't like
Here's
it.
what I'd say. I don't know if there will be a time where Diggs is like okay to come back and things are okay again. There are plenty of Bills fans that I don't think hate him, but there's a breakup.
Yeah.
I have a Diggs jersey. I would never think about changing the name off that. Like, he was awesome.
No.
I don't know if he'll ever be a legend of the game 7 years from now. Will he? Maybe. Who knows?
Time heals.
Time heals a lot of things.
Hasha came back.
Yeah.
And that was a worse breakup, I think, honestly.
Yeah, maybe.
So, yeah.
Anyway, if you want to get the nameplate swapped out, you could do it for Shavers.
So I guess he switched, though, because that was his college number?
Yes.
Because he wore 14 in college. Although I did see a couple of retweets from last year at the Houston game where Shavers, like big Diggs guy, like big brother, like looked like he was almost in tears when he met him in the middle of the field. So, but I don't know if he did it just to honor him, because I think he wore it at Mississippi State.
He wore a couple different uniforms over the years. I've got a couple different ones on him.
Alabama, he wore 4, maybe. I have to look.
Anyway, Shavers in 14.
It's a better number, I think, if you're thinking about him making an impact.
Than 80?
Yeah.
Arguably the greatest receiver of all time wore number 80. Of course, like Jerry Rice.
Arguably.
I say arguably because
he's got like double the receiving yards of second place.
Okay. I'll take Randy Moss.
I'll take the guy who had 100 catches at 43.
They're all slants.
42.
They're all slants.
All slants.
I don't even know if that's true. I've got nothing wrong. I've got no problem with Jerry Rice.
Sorry, it was 1,200. It was 1,200 yards at age 40. I exaggerated a little bit. He averaged 13 yards a catch that year. They went to the Super Bowl, didn't they? Wasn't he on that Raiders team that went to the Super Bowl? Pretty sure he is.
They had Tim Brown and Jerry Rice and went to the Super Bowl. I don't think he's on that Raiders Super Bowl.
Randy Moss played in a Super Bowl.
With the Raiders? No, with the Patriots.
Nope. Oh, wait, you're right. Okay, so sorry. Terrible trivia question. I was thinking of the game he played for the 49ers.
Oh, yeah.
He played in the Super Bowl for the 49ers, but anyways.
803-0550. Bills and Sabres COO Pete Guelli when we return. We checked in with him at training camp. I have another check-in here. We've got some Bills and Sabres news to get to. It's September, and the Sabres play hockey this month. So, might start to make plans to go down to KeyBank Center. We'll talk about some of the changes that have been happening there, in addition to, what's going on with the Bills, how the jerseys, the rivalry uniforms have been received, all that good stuff. So we'll welcome in Pete Guelli on the other side, and then Howard picks the Bills at 8:30 here on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner.
Would Phillips strike you as the right type of defensive tackle to fit Carter? I guess, Sal, what did you think the Bills wanted from Carter this year? I know there had been some talk, Bean had even spoke about, right, like maybe some one technique for him this year versus three technique, but I feel like when he was drafted, the idea of him was more of a penetrator, maybe a little smaller, but somebody that you would think would be more of a guy that would get after the quarterback.
Yeah, that's really more what it is, Joe. I think he's more of a three tech who could play a little bit of one tech. And that was, I think, once they saw that TJ Sanders, could also fit that role, and then they saw Deion Walker, what he could do, and we all saw Deion Walker flash, right? I mean, I think that is, what they envisioned him to be, more of that at Oliver kind of backup, but a guy that can slide over if you need him to. I wonder, if it's a game-by-game basis. You asked about Jordan Phillips. Jordan Phillips is a veteran. He's seen everything in this league. Is that the kind of player that you'd be real comfortable with, having on the roster this week against the Baltimore Ravens and Derrick Henry? Zion Logue's a big man. If that's somebody you want to add as well to the mix. You could also just roll into the game with 4 defensive tackles. They quite often do that, to be honest with you. So I wonder if this is a game-by-game basis or if this is something more long-term, if they decide to bring somebody up to the 53-man roster. It'll be interesting to see how they play it. Yes, Joe, I think Jordan Phillips would kind of fit that role, but we'll see how they want to play it. I think the key here is what they've seen from TJ Sanders and Deion Walker through preseason and camp. I think that's more than anything kind of what matters on how these guys fit and what their roles are over the next several weeks, at least until Ogunjobi comes back.
Bills and Ravens, Sunday Night Football this week. We're heading into week 1. The NFL season opener, of course, is Thursday. Cowboys and Eagles on NBC. And then Friday, in Brazil on YouTube, Chiefs and Chargers leading into the weekend. And then Bills and Ravens. The Bills will have an injury report tomorrow. The Ravens yesterday at practice did not have Jair Alexander, Isaiah Likely, or Patrick Ricard, their fullback, all at practice. Likely and Alexander don't seem likely, no pun intended there, to play on Sunday at this point, but we'll see. Tough news for the Bills. Dwayne Carter, second-year defensive tackle, third-round pick in 2024, reportedly has a torn Achilles. Jordan Schultz reported that, and then Carter also tweeted on top of that, seemingly confirming that that injury is so, but nothing official from the team yet. U.S. Open. Jessie Pegula wins to advance to the quarterfinals. She will meet unranked Barboa Krejcikova this morning at 11:30 a.m. Naomi Osaka defeats Coco Gauff in the round of 16. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Good morning, Jeremy White, Sneaky Joe DiBiase here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Happy Tuesday. Hope you had a good long weekend, good Labor Day weekend. Weather was great. Now we're on to football season. Games coming as quickly as Thursday and then Friday. YouTube in Brazil. You know, the normal NFL start to the season. It is normal now, right? It is normal to start with a Thursday night opener and then a Friday game in Brazil for a second consecutive season. So we've got some football stuff to get to, some Sabres stuff as well. And joining us on the Western Hotline is Bills and Sabres Chief Operating Officer Pete Guelli, who joins us this morning. Pete, good morning. Jeremy and Joe, thanks for taking some time today.
Good morning, guys. Good to talk to you.
Busy time of year for you. I've been pointing out that both teams play games this month. I mean, the Bills, of course, regular season begins on Sunday, and then the Sabres are going to be here before anybody really even realizes it because the preseason gets started. So I'd imagine things are ramping up in your department.
Yeah, I mean, it does kind of sneak up on you. Obviously, the game on Sunday night, nationally televised, that's going to be huge. And then we're 37 days away from dropping the puck at the arena. So, yeah, we're in the middle of it right now, but it's exciting.
How is it, being the showcase game of the weekend, arguably? I mean, you've got the kickoff opener in the Brazil game I just mentioned, but Sunday Night Football, when the schedule came out, I feel like Bills fans probably felt that, the pride you get when you realize that your team is one that people around the country really want to watch.
Yeah, you're seeing it in a lot of different areas, right? We're getting these nationally televised games. Obviously, Hallmark came in to shoot a movie this year. We had Hard Knocks. It's you're a little bit of a victim of your own success. I think people still love the traditional Sundays at 1, but when you've gotten to the level that we get, you're going to get a lot of the national games. So, I'm probably like everyone else, a little excited about kicking it off. We know we got a tough opponent coming in here, but it's going to be a great game, and it's fun to be on a national stage for the opener.
Some business stuff to get to. We're going to get some Sabres black and red theme nights. I feel like every time we're talking uniform stuff, whether it's red helmets or the rivalry series. I want to ask you about the rivalry series and a little bit of that process. First off, though, how's reception been on those when it comes to what the Bills will be wearing?
Incredible. You're always concerned is probably the wrong word, but you're always wondering what are people going to think. We liked it. Obviously, the league liked it and made a lot of changes to kind of get it exactly where we thought it would be and tried to roll it out the right way to everybody. But yeah, the reception has been really good. I think people are obviously excited to see that uniform in action and, to get the merchandise when it comes out too. Just a cool look. I think it really represents Buffalo in a lot of ways, from the helmet to the logo on the shoulder, the Bills Mafia on the inside collar. A lot of the high points that people love to see in new uniforms, I think we hit on.
How involved was the team in that? I know that was like a league, right? A league endeavor and Nike as well. So how much feedback was there through that process?
I would describe it as more of a league initiative. I think they had some thoughts on the direction to go in, but we did have a lot of input. We sat down with them multiple times throughout the process and said, this isn't necessarily representative of the brand. Here's something that we'd really like to see. Here's something that we think resonates with the fans. So league-driven, but with a lot of input from us.
How much is how the jersey will sell? In that, like if it's just a white jersey, maybe you're wondering that, versus this one has got the ice detail on the top and, the way the logo looks on the side. You see on social media like mock-ups, here, this is what it could look like based on the teaser. And sometimes it just be like a plain white jersey, and this one certainly is not just that.
It's just got a lot of kind of hidden elements, I think, that people really enjoy. The discoverable piece of a uniform like that and all those little descriptive pieces. When we start done, I've done a number of these projects, you don't really look at how is it going to sell necessarily. If you hit the right tone, and again, it really represents the brand and maybe it's a little bit different, that usually takes care of itself. And I think in this case, so far, everyone's really responded extremely well to it.
Pete Guelli joining us. We're going to get some Sabres matters in a moment. I just want to keep things on the Bills for just one more minute. I want to ask you, have seen stories about PSL sales and how things are going in the new Highmark Stadium? We had a chance to walk through again last week recently. So, we get to the winter months, that thing is going to start looking completed on the outside, and then the interior has to be finished, of course. But in terms of the general project and getting people in there to their seats, how are things going?
It's going very well. I really do wish, I know it's impossible, but not unlike you guys, to get everybody through there at some point, because I think you guys are doing a good job of articulating what you're seeing when you walk through, but it's hard to describe to people how different this experience is going to be. So it would be great to get everybody through. But the Bills experience piece has worked really well. I think people feel like it's representative, and it's been brisk. I think last time I talked to you guys, I said it was really important to get everybody through the process. We've gotten all of our season ticket holders through the process. Now we've gone back and we're talking to the people that just hadn't engaged for whatever reason and went out with, kind of a last chance type email because we don't want you to miss out. And the response to that has been really high. So I think there's a lot of people that were probably sitting on the sidelines, season ticket holders, waiting to see how things played out. And they've seen the activity over there and now they're excited about getting on board. So the overall process, really well, still moving at a high clip, and we're going to be going out to the waiting list here in the middle of September, and not long after that we should be done.
That was going to be my follow-up. If you're on the waiting list, you think in the next couple of weeks you would hear if there's availability?
Yeah, we tentatively were planning on closing out on season ticket holders September 17th, so that's when we would go out. So yeah, by mid to late September, you should be in line to start getting a call.
All right, very good. For the Sabres, the season, you said puck drops a little over a month away, and preseason games are getting started. Improvements, changes to the KeyBank Center. What can fans expect when they get into KeyBank Center this season?
Well, I think you guys know, like every year we've been trying to do something over there. We're in charge of the capital improvements in that building. So last year, put in the new video board, which was a nice move. And this year, we've gotten a lot of feedback in the offseason about the sound in the building. You guys are there, whether it's how it's kind of modulated, the quality of it, or how it's directed. Could be a little bit challenging. So we put a new sound system in this year. We really think combined with the video board, that's going to really change the in-bowl experience for people. So, that was number one. We had a lot of comments relative to ingress, egress, from the time people get on property and get into the building and then how they leave. We put some new evolved technology in there to get people in the building faster. For instance, I think you guys probably saw too, concessions is a big area of concerns, probably a strong word, but people want to make sure they're getting the right value proposition. So, we listened to our season ticket members, and we put in a new value member menu this year with a number of items that people love, just trying to provide more value when people come into the building. So we hope we've enhanced the experience, and we're really trying to push the value piece.
And security upgrades also that are coming, like for when people are coming into the games in the first place?
Yeah, that's that evolved tech. It's going to be at every entrance. So when you walk in now, you don't have to empty your pockets. You go right in, get queued up to get ticketed and get into the building. We think that's going to speed things up from an ingress standpoint. We're also kind of looking at how people leave. That's working more closely with the public authorities to make sure that we're set up the right way to get people out of the building right now. But the thing we can control is how we get them in. So we're starting with an evolved tech. So when you walk in, you'll have a completely different experience this year than you had last year.
So single ticket games go on sale today. Single game tickets, 10 a.m. today for Sabres fans.
Today. Yeah, and look, it's going to be great. We're opening up on October 9th, obviously against the Rangers. Excited about that game. 10 of our first 14 at home, so we need to get off to a good start. We had a pretty good season at home last year. We want to see that carry over. Obviously, get a little bit better on the road and put those two pieces together. But we think people are going to be excited. We made a lot of changes in the offseason, obviously bringing in Kesselring and Timmins to shore up the defense, and Lyon as a backup goalie. made a lot of changes off the ice, bringing in Yarmo and Brian Gallivan on the strength and conditioning side and Eric Stahl. So we can't wait to start playing. And I think, it's always interesting until you do and get on the ice and see exactly what that team looks like. But 37 days out, we're getting close.
When it comes to the schedule, it's kind of a similar question to what I asked about the rivalry uniform. Like, how much input do you have in the schedule, the home schedule? I know home and away might not be it, but time of day. One thing I noticed is this year seems a little bit light on the early afternoon games, whereas years past had been a good number of 1 o'clock games. This year, I feel like we're seeing more of a 4 and 5 o'clock window. Is that something that the team is targeted, or is that just the league, the television networks? How does it all kind of come together?
Yeah, that's more league and TV driven. Now we do get the schedule in advance, and we go through it a few different times, and there's a couple of iterations, and we give some input. Candidly, trying to focus on the hockey side first, just to make sure that it's competitive. Looking at those kind of back-to-backs and road stretches, and making sure we're not getting in a situation where performance could be a challenge. When those boxes are checked, you start looking at, all right, what are the schedules, what are the games, what are the nights, what are the times that make the most sense. But we started on the competition side, and then we move over. And I think we'd love to see a few more early games, especially on the weekends. They're great for families and kids. We got a few good ones, obviously, opening up with all those games at home and having a couple of big-time opponents coming early. And I think there's 7 or 8 games that we're really focused on before the first of the year that we think people are going to be attracted to. But, yeah, it'd be great to have a few more early ones. It's just, I think, for me, it's better for the families and the kids.
On the Sabres in the season ticket base, I'd seen you make comments maybe about a month ago, and how all of this you would hope relates to what the season ticket base is, and how you would have maybe an expectation of what growth like that would look like if the team is competitive and the team is good, and maybe what past examples of that would look like.
I mean, you've seen how this building operates. It's been full. You see the TV ratings. The fans are there. I mean, one thing that I've seen since I've gotten here, I think the support of the team is still there. It's just not directed where you want it right now because of all those years of missed playoffs. If we can get this thing turned around, highly confident that people are going to come back because it's a hockey town, and that hasn't changed at all. Season ticket base has been relatively stable over the last few years. We've been renewing close to that 90% number, but it started low, and we've got to drive that number. I'd love to see it at 12 to 13,000. I think you can fill the rest then with individual game tickets and start getting people into the system and maybe walk them up the ladder to become season ticket holders. But this year, kind of focused on a 10-game flex plan just to let people come in and experience the product, to get them into the system. Hopefully they enjoy it and want to come back. So right now it's about optionality. You're going to have your base of season ticket holders, but if they can come in on a partial plan, if they want to come in as a group, or if they want to come as an individual game buyer, just make sure they get in, have a good time, get into the system, and hopefully they become season ticket holders down the line.
Bills and Sabres COO Pete Guelli on the Western Hotline. To that point, Pete, one thing we see a lot is when you announce upgrades or any sort of improvement, you've got your fan that'll respond with, that doesn't matter, I just want to win. But I feel like as you're laying out that plan about season ticket holders, that it is definitely both things. You want the people that are there to feel like it's worth going, whether it's food, whether it's amenities, whether it's whatever it is to get them in the door. So, considering what you've done this year for your upgrades, what's on the list maybe in the future? How much of an overhaul or how many more changes are potentially available within the arena?
Yeah, well, literally everything's on the list because right now it's a 30-year-old building. I think as a hockey facility, maybe it's the one that hasn't been renovated most recently. So, we're looking at the long-term functionality of that facility right now. And so literally everything's on it. We've got Populous in as an architect kind of looking at it. What do we need to do in the future? How do we make it better? How do we improve the experience? And probably just as importantly, how do we attract more events down there? That building needs to be a catalyst for growth in downtown Buffalo. I think we've got, obviously, the suburbs on lock with the new stadium and what we're talking about doing here. But, we want to see things pick up in downtown Buffalo. And we drove about 1.3 million in people through that building last year. I'd love to see that number north of 1.5 because I know that what impact that can have on the city. So we're looking at every aspect we can with the focus on the team and then trying to get as many events in there as humanly possible.
Are there lessons about the changing sports fan, whether that's demographics, whether that's the way they like to take in a game? I'm thinking about, your new football stadium and how much standing room there is available, how much you're able to see the game from anywhere. And I'm not sure if, everything is something you could do inside the hockey rink, but is there obviously a changing way people watch these games?
Yeah, I think there is. Look, technology is key, right? When you come in there, they're going to want to interact, whether it's in game or whether it's on their mobile device. So you've got to make sure you're aware of that. I think you're obviously competing with everything that's going on at home. So you've got to give people a reason to come into that building. They've got to really enjoy the experience. And, a big part of it's being competitive too. They want to see a team that's competitive on the ice, and they want to come support them in person. I still think if you do everything right, that you can get people into that building, even though there's so many more distractions than there have been historically. But if we can get that building where we want it, we get the team performing on the ice, we're confident we can get the fans back to the levels that they used to be.
Pete Guelli, Bills and Sabres COO. Before we let you go, dates to look forward to. People ask me every time. I mean, I know you might know what it's going to be. The Giant Buffaloes. What's the update on the Giant Buffaloes? If I don't get asked, or if I don't ask this question, I'm going to get it. Why didn't you ask about the Giant Buffaloes? So, Giant Buffaloes, and past that, actually, for the new stadium, end zone color, field art, anything like that. There are things people kind of want to know what things might look like aesthetically in there. So, how much of that is already decided? How much of that is still part of a process?
I'd say most of it's decided. We haven't really rolled it out yet, as you know. We're getting a lot closer. The shell of the building is basically built. We're turning our attention to the inside details now. You need to get that building kind of buttoned up before winter so people can work through it. I think things like the field are going in, the lockers are here now. The basis of the family circle is in place. We'll probably be able to start rolling out some details on what that's going to look like overall sometime in September, we're hoping. But yeah, we're getting close, and those details will kind of you'll start to see them over the next few months, more and more specifics on what that building's going to look like so people can get a better sense of what that experience is going to be. And look, on the hockey side, we've got the Fan Fest coming up on 9/13. I've heard a rumor that GR might have a team.
It's been discussed.
I don't know if you guys are playing or not.
It's been discussed. I am not. Joe's not. It's there's sources indicate there's a framework of an agreement in place.
I've got high expectations for that team. I want to know who's coaching it, who's putting the team together, and what the expectations are from a performance standpoint.
Low. But the post-game show will be fire. People will be fired up about what they saw out there.
Yeah, but it's going to be fun. Fan Fest kicks things off on the hockey side. The opener on the 9th. We've got Florida coming in on the 18th. The New Jersey playing them over Thanksgiving is always kind of a fun weekend. There's a bunch of Bills and Sabres weekends again. I think there's 3 of those. Those are always really cool. They have that much going on in town as well. So just, a lot going on with the football team, and obviously a lot to get excited for on the hockey side as well.
Yeah, very good. Well, thanks for checking in with us, and best of luck Sunday and for the Sabres season as well, with so much to come in the next couple of weeks and months. It's a great time of year. So thanks for joining us.
You're welcome, guys. Look forward to seeing you this weekend.
Bills and Sabres COO Pete Guelli on the Wester Hotline. I'm wondering if the placement of the Buffaloes, I didn't want to ask him this because this is a dumb question and I'm going to have fun with it. Do you have to decide when? Hey, listen, if we put those up before the opener, people are going to try and climb those things. So maybe it's an off-season thing where, we'll wait.
Guards around the Buffaloes to make sure people don't cloud them. Fence around it, maybe.
That's one thing about, whatever. We toured the stadium last week, and it was super cool. But, one thing I think that people don't get to enough real quickly is just the stuff that's outside the stadium is also going to be so different. The space, the whatever, food, entertainment.
The egress, with all the...
the security gates and the ticket gates being separated.
Right.
Is a big thing that's going to change the way you go to these games. So anyway.
See, that was a reason to make the Buffaloes as big as possible. You don't want people climbing on them. Make them 50 feet tall.
And put them inside the gate.
Who's going to climb a 50-foot tall Buffalo? Well, the fans were jumping into a pit 2 years ago, so maybe somebody would try it.
It's true. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe. Our thanks to Pete Guelli for joining us. Howard is in the building. He's picking the Bills' next segment.
Yes, he is. By the way, first we didn't get the black and red schedule is out. The first black and red game is home against Toronto, October 24th.
All right.
Love that.
Anytime we talk about the Sabres, I want to just keep saying this. Josh Norris.
Just he exists.
Just remember Josh Norris.
Yeah.
Whenever the Sabres come up, I got to put it in my head.
What Norris? What number does he wear?
60.
Go ahead. Their number one center and highest paid forward. What number does he wear?
I have no idea. 21. What is it? 64. No, that's a bad number. 28.
This might be a number that nobody great has ever worn for them. 13.
Yuri Novotny, Tim Kennedy. Is that it?
I mean, I said great.
I mean, there might be better names than that.
Not that I can remember.
All-time sweaters for the Sabres to wear number 13.
No. Did Pesic wear 13?
Mark Pesic
He
wore
13?
3.
Oh, okay.
The best player I've got is Jimmy Vesey, Lucas Rusek, Jim Schoenfeld, Yuri Himalev, Slava Kozlov.
I'm going to give it to Yuri Himalev. I don't think Schoenfeld wore it.
Well, here's your stat of the day. Schoenfeld wore
when he came back
for a year.
Yeah, he played 34 games. Like Schoenfeld's number was 6.
If Josh Norris doesn't turn into anything, it's time to talk about the curse of 13. Nobody wears it for more than a year or 2. Novotny, 2 years. Kennedy 1, VC 1. Unless this is the start year with it. No, I don't think so.
No, I think it's the whole thing. Although I think no, if there's 1 year, it's the only year they wore it.
Okay.
Himalev though was a few years, wasn't he?
That's 93 to 96. That's what I'm saying. He's the only one to wear it for 3 years.
Here you go. He scored 20 his first 2 seasons with the Sabres. Himalev 20 goals, 27 goals. Will Norris top that?
I'd take it.
You would take 47 goals in the first 2 years.
Sure.
I would
not take that.
No, I would
run.
Where do you want me to sign? Right now.
Oh,
I would sign
turn
for
me
that.
on.
What?
That seemed. I would want more than that from him.
Well, it depends how many assists.
He might play 40 games.
I think he's a guy that, like, what they're paying him, especially. He's got to be better than that.
The what they're paying him point. That's the thing, though. It's like I would be nervous that there's going to be fewer. That's why I'd sign. I think he just could not stay healthy.
Yeah, I get that. The health thing is obviously the point, but if he's healthy, he's got to be scoring more than that. I need 30 goals in 2 years.
You know how many goals he has his last 2 seasons? 37.
Yeah.
And you just said no to 47.
Yeah.
I know. I would still. I can't. I would not accept that. I need him to be healthy. If they're going to be any good, he's got to be good.
Well, that's maybe a good point. Is if he scores 47 goals in 2 years, what are the odds they've made the playoffs? If their number one center is only that good.
Right.
Depends how good they are defensively.
That's how I was thinking.
Speaking of which, we're on the Sabres here for a moment. Just had a conversation with Bills and Sabres COO Pete Guelli, and single game tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m. And we've got Howard picks the Bills next. But I saw, was it Travis Yost maybe doing team tiers? And the Sabres defense, he puts on tier 2. Like the Sabres on paper have a really good defense. Mm-hmm. And you might wonder if they have enough top 6 forwards. You might wonder if their goaltending can come together. But defensively, what they did with Kesselring, they upgraded a big way. They should have a good defense this year. And do I need... I'm trying to think, the last time they made the playoffs, did they have 6 20-goal scorers? Wasn't there a year in there where they had 6 or 7 20-goal scorers?
The last time they did it? I would bet heavily that the last time they didn't. I mean, the 06-07 team surely had that many 20-goal scorers.
Maybe I'm thinking of the year that Miller wins the Vezina and Myers wins the Calder. That's a year where they never blew a lead after 2 periods. They were an elite defensive team. They put it all together wire to wire. They won the division, and they won it in part because a defenseman showed up who was this game changer, and Miller was, of course, amazing. And this team doesn't exactly have Ryan Miller, but
that the last 2 playoff teams each had 4 20-goal scorers. And like the year that Miller won the Vezina, they made it. Vanek led the team with 28.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. It's just the idea that Norris, if he has 20, that's not good enough. I mean,
sure.
Who's the number one center on that team? How many goals they have?
Hold on, let me scroll down a little bit here. It was not a great center year. Oh wait, no, there's Roy. Roy 26.
Okay. I know you don't want to say Josh Norris, Derek Roy would take it. Derek Roy had a 82-point season.
But that team had the best goalie in the world.
I know.
This team has Alex Lyon.
And the UPL.
Yeah, sure.
And Devin Levi.
Don't even say it.
Why can't I say that?
He's not gonna play on the team to start the year.
We're at don't say it status on Levi?
Not yet.
What happened?
He's gonna be an Amherst.
3 years ago, I was out watching him like it was the Stanley Cup final, and now it's don't say his name.
Now he's an Amherst.
Jeez.
I just don't want to hear. I don't want to hear names on why they could be good of players that are going to be in Rochester.
Fair. 803-0550.
Hesh had 21 goals that year. He was listed at center.
There you go. You'd want more than 20.
The year you're talking about, just quickly, and we'll get to Howard picks the Bills, that 07 season, like, everybody
scored 20.
Everybody scored 20. 20 goal scorers that year. Vanek 43, Drury 37, Pominville 34, Briere 32, Finnegan 23, Roy 21. That's the 6 20-goal season you're thinking of.
It's a long time ago.
That team was first place. So
803-0550, Howard picks the Bills. Official first edition. We call like so many of them the first official one. Post-draft, start training camp, whatever. But this one's real. This time we really mean it. Howard picks the Bills next.
No.
Tough news for the Bills over the weekend. They lost Dwayne Carter to a torn Achilles, their second-year defensive tackle, who was a third-round pick last year. That was a report from Jordan Schultz. Carter seemed to confirm that by tweeting about it on social media this weekend. The Bills had their captains unveiled this weekend, Josh Allen and Terrell Bernard, for the second year in a row, one captain on each side of the ball. This week, week 1, you get Thursday night opener in 2 days, the Eagles and the Cowboys. That'll be an NBC game. Friday in Brazil on YouTube, the Chiefs and the Chargers, leading into Sunday where the Bills will meet the Ravens. Baltimore didn't have Jair Alexander, Isaiah Likely, or fullback Pat Ricard at practice yesterday. Likely and Alexander would feel like surprises at this point if they were to play in week 1. Jesse Pegula wins at the U.S. Open, advancing to the quarterfinals. She'll play her quarterfinal matchup this morning at 11:30. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Rhythm. You throw in the interception, pick six by Bud Clark. Comfortable 13-point lead. And in my opinion, the way that first half went, it's a big drive for the North Carolina defense.
That was the Capital One rewarding performance, and this is a rewarding run as Gavorian Barnes is out the gate, inside the 30, to the 10. Touchdown TCU, 75 yards and no flags.
This is a really important drive for this North Carolina defense. House call. Herb Street there
Immediate.
with that Carl Ravitch. Who is that?
Chris Fowler?
No, that's not Fowler.
That's not Fowler?
Reese Davis. Reese Davis. Carl Ravitch, the baseball guy. That's Reese Davis. Anyway, Jeremy and Joe and Howard. Howard's here.
What's going on, boys?
Let's go.
How are you?
What's going on? Anything
Now.
happening this weekend? I'm trying to think of something to do.
Who's Syracuse play? I'll send you to the Carrier Dome.
Oh,
Off to a good start.
Let me get you what a
respectable.
great little football team called Liverpool Football Club is up to this weekend.
Didn't they just play
Sunday,
they just
9
beat
a.m.
Arsenal?
at Burnley, top of the table.
Syracuse
That's
plays
what you want to be
UConn,
doing.
to answer
Oh,
your
you
question.
should win.
Who knows?
Did you guys just beat Arsenal?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
1-0, yeah.
Did you have a little side wager or anything?
We did not.
No.
We did not.
All right.
What's our latest
wouldn't bet
bet?
against
What's our latest bet we have?
It's been a minute.
It's been a while. We need to bet.
We need to raise Beans as wide receiver train from up there. Yeah, we're gonna need to bet.
Yeah, he said it.
Our home opener bet for 2026.
That's a fun one.
We have a while for that one.
Yeah.
We'll see. Maybe Howard picks them to win, and then we can figure out who they're going to play in
Who's
Thursday
going to
night
be
week
the
one.
first home
Yeah.
opponent?
Who's their
in the
first
next
opponent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also like a 2-year-old bet.
The Chiefs.
No way. Too good of a game. Miami.
Then it would be an old AFL rival.
If
Miami or New England.
Jets, an old AFL rival. Any of those three.
See, I think if they've won the Super Bowl, it's the Chiefs.
I suppose
The
that would
Thursday
be,
night opener
Ooh, a Thursday night opener to start the stadium
in
when
the
they
new
hang the
stadium
banner.
against Kansas City.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Come
And
on.
to win the
that'd be
Super
pretty
Bowl
cool.
in that scenario.
Well, yeah.
The Bills would beg the NFL, like,
Detail.
please give them us.
You're bogging us
Let
down
us
with details.
let us put the banner up with them here, please.
Yeah, that would be nice.
All right, Howard's going to pick the Bills. We've plenty to get to here. Dwayne Carter out for the year. That's a little bit of news. We'll get injury designations on the Bills tomorrow when they're at practice. In the meantime, I saw you and Beauvais and Joe Biscaglia on the Leading the Charge show. I did see Beauvais predict Bills-Packers Super Bowl.
Yes.
I did not. They didn't put on social media what your prediction was. What was it?
Joe and I only gave the records for the season. We don't normally predict what happens in the postseason. Beauvais was feeling pretty good with his Super Bowl thing.
Bills-Packers.
He jumped the gun and go ahead and said Bills-Packers Super Bowl.
All right. Very, very good.
I would not, as we sit here today, I would not predict the Bills in the Super Bowl.
No.
No.
You can tell us about that after you predict them to go 15-2 anyway, though, because their schedule is nice.
Well, yeah, I guess, because that's they'd be 15-1 playing a meaningless game at the end of the season.
True.
Yeah.
All right, let's just do it. Howard picks the Bills. So Ronnie Stanley of the Ravens says about this game, quote, "That team sent us home out of the playoffs. I don't think it's just going into any normal game per se. We were very unhappy with the result last time we were there. A lot of us will give anything to leave there with a dub." Defensive tackle Nnamdi Madubuike agrees. The Ravens, quote, "want to get that bad taste out of their mouths." Week 1, Bills, Ravens, Sunday Night Football, the final opener from Highmark Stadium. A lot of lasts.
Maybe they should talk to Mark Andrews to vent that anger if they get a chance.
He was a part of it.
Yeah, he was a big part of it.
He was a big part of it. Fumble and a drop in the end zone.
Yeah. Listen, I think Baltimore's going to be really good this year. I think they will win their division unless the Bengals have magically fixed their defense. And I think Lamar Jackson's obviously one of the top quarterbacks in the league. Derrick Henry, I don't have to go through the whole list. But, come on. Home opener, final year at Highmark, prime time, place is going to be nuts. What are you using? What's the tailgate dining plan?
None for me. I don't know.
Okay. You're going, right?
I don't know if I'm going to the
night game. Duh. Yeah, you got to be up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
I've got factors.
Yeah.
I'm trying to still decide how it's all going to work, so I'll figure it out.
Also, you've done Old Bay. Do we really need to have Old Bay again?
Right.
It's fine.
You could.
It's
What if you got a
overrated.
police escort right when the game ended?
Could work.
All right. I will take the Bills. They're going to. It's going to be a great game. I think it's going to be a matchup of two teams that might be playing for an AFC championship come later this season. Okay. But I'll take the Bills to win the opener.
Bills win the opener, beating the Ravens. Listen, I don't want to pick the Ravens to win this game, but I will not be the least bit surprised if
it's
they
extremely winnable for them. Yeah,
Yes.
I wouldn't be stunned if the Bills lost.
Extremely winnable, and I'm really wondering about the new look defensive line trying to come together, leaning on Sanders and Walker in this game quite a bit. We'll see.
Bosa with a managed snap count.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry. I thought Derrick Henry was going to not necessarily fall off the shelf, but take another step backwards that last year, which he did not, obviously. And you always have to worry about Jackson and their top receivers and their tight end. Yeah, if the Ravens come in here and win, it's not stunning, fellas. I just think the Bills will win, but it'll be a really close, great ball game.
From there, things get a lot easier. We'll see if they, have any sort of missteps. But the Bills, arguably their toughest game of the season is the first one. And then, all right, at the Jets, Sunday, 1 o'clock.
What do you think of the Jets? What are we thinking, boys?
I think that they're going to try and change the culture and claim they do that when they win 6 games.
And I think a lot of their games will be low scoring.
Yeah.
Their coach is all about protect the football.
Run it.
He doesn't think passing, whatever. He says, if you pass a lot, you have a losing record. He said something like that about, like passing is. I think he might be one of these guys that for now says, when you pass it, 3 things happen, and 2 are bad. And he has Justin Fields, who is a sack machine.
Yeah.
You cannot play protect the football if you have a sack machine back there. So I think the Jets are in trouble because of that.
Yeah, I just don't see, the Jets might make some strides, but I think that's more about how bad they used to be. So I will take the Bills. I just don't see the Jets pulling that one off, even though it's down in Jersey.
Okay. Then we're off to a Thursday night affair with the Miami Dolphins, Week 3.
Oh, I had a great Dolphin stat. Give me a second. I saw this on, do I have to call it X? I can still call it Twitter, right?
Yeah, whatever you want.
I saw this on Twitter the other day, and I thought it was really, the whole thing about the Dolphins don't beat anybody.
It's not that they haven't won a playoff game in basically my entire lifetime.
When was the last time they won a playoff game?
2000. Looked it up the other day.
I don't know. I can't find it. I'll find it later.
Okay.
Here we go. Dolphins versus good and bad teams. Okay. Since 2023, Dolphins are 2-10 against teams that finished with a record above 500. They are 17-5 against sub 500 teams in the same time frame.
Okay.
Do you want to know what Mike McDaniel's record is when Tua starts and finishes games?
What is it?
It's a winning percentage just like Andy Reid's.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
They've lost a lot of games because
he gets hurt.
They get backup quarterbacks in, and they completely fall apart. Anyway.
But when Tua plays against good teams, they still lose.
But again, part of that, though, is their offense is designed, like you have to process everything in 2 seconds because the ball's got to be out.
Yep.
So there's no backup in the league that can work that.
No.
Because their quarterback is unhealthy.
I will take the Bills because, I don't think Miami's good. And I'm not sure McDaniel will make it through the season. I'll take the Bills.
Worst secondary in the league. I like it.
Oh, their corners are a mess right now.
Yep.
All right, win. So the Bills win and get the victory over the Dolphins. Next up for the Bills' schedule. Back home, they are going to be 30-point favorites against the Saints.
We didn't need to spend any time on this game, right?
Okay, sure.
Is it the lockiest lock of the whole schedule?
I mean, yeah. Yes.
It would put it this way: it would be their dumbest loss
in a decade.
I mean, they lost to Urban Meyer.
This would be worse.
This would be worse.
This would be worse.
Than losing to Urban Meyer 9-6.
Yes.
At home to a really bad
spread. Check the spread in that game. What were they 8-point favorites? 10?
No, more than that.
13?
They would have been a big double-digit road. It was on the road, right?
You're losing to Spencer Rattler at home.
The Bills were 14.5-point favorites that day.
This spread will be bigger.
Wow. Okay.
This spread will be 17.
It's a win.
Win. Home Patriots, Sunday Night Football, and the rivalries uniforms. The white snow, white on white, ice cracking, all that kind of stuff. And Stephon Diggs and the Patriots return. Mike Vrabel says Diggs expected to play week 1 for them, so he should be
Holland's revenge game.
That's right.
He'll be walking into the stadium shoeless. I will take the Bills to win the game.
Bills beat the Patriots.
I already want to be asking, what's the record for the most wins to start a season for the Bills ever? Is it more than 5? Because you just picked them to go 5-0.
That's a good question. I'm trying to think of early 90s teams.
Then the Bills go to Atlanta for a Monday night game against the Falcons.
Joe jinxed it by saying, what's the best start they've had? So I'll take a Bills loss there. Blame Joe.
Blame
Joe.
You were so happy when I said that. He's like, you knew you were picking a loss. Like, oh,
thank you, Joe.
I can blame Joe here.
Now I want to see Sean McDermott's all-time record against left-handed quarterbacks. Because Michael Penix Jr. is left-handed.
He beats Tua a lot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You're telling me they're going to lose to a left-handed quarterback?
Sorry.
They might.
Blame
Bills
Joe.
Lose to the Falcons for their first loss of the season. Take a bye week and then go to Carolina.
Bills South.
Yes.
Be a lot of Bills fans at the stadium in Charlotte for that one. I'll take the Bills.
Bills win. Home against the Chiefs, November 2nd. Have you heard my theory on this game?
No.
My big theory on this game is that you have the Bills at, what's their record right now? Something in 1?
Something in 1.
Something in 1.
You said them beating Carolina 6-1.
Okay, 6-1. If they win this game, they would go to 7-1. And the Chiefs in that same time frame, their schedule goes Chargers, Eagles, Giants, Ravens, Jags, Lions, Raiders, Commanders.
They ain't going to be
6-1.
They're not going to be 6
games.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So the Bills will be playing that day to ensure they're not going to go to Arrowhead. It's November 2nd, and we will kind of look at it and say, you win this game, you're not going to Arrowhead.
Wow.
You might go somewhere else,
but
you're not going there.
Yeah. All right. Hey, let's take the Bills in that one.
All right, Bills win.
Let's just get rid of the Chiefs once and for all.
Aren't you supposed to pick them to lose so then they beat them in the playoffs? Because I know that conversation is coming for us again.
The Bills and the Chiefs in the
happens.
playoffs? That never happens. I'm sorry, I don't recall those games.
All right, Bills beat the Chiefs. They are what now?
7-1.
7-1. Next up, at Miami.
Sweep.
Home Bucks.
That's one of those. I'm gonna keep that as a didn't see that one coming. But struggling at home to the Bucs has happened in recent history. I'll say Baker Mayfield makes a few plays and they win the game.
Struggling at home to the Bucs has happened in recent history.
Didn't they have a tough game against Baker at home? What?
A couple
years ago. 3 years ago?
If Chris Godwin looks up a second earlier, he catches a Hail Mary to win the game.
Yeah. So that game is in my head.
I don't remember it.
It was a Thursday night game. Remember, we kept yelling about they weren't running Allen and they weren't playing high tempo, and they came out on that drive like a million miles an hour running Allen.
That's right.
And then the game kind of slowed down from there because
Tampa just hung around.
Bills at Texans Thursday night.
Yeah, tough. Short week, road game. I think Texans are still good, so I'll take Houston.
Back-to-back losses here? Wow.
We should just stop the segment right now.
And suddenly we're back to talking about whether they have to go to Arrowhead.
Right, at Pittsburgh.
I don't know that I could ever and be able to sleep pick them to lose a game to the Steelers, so I'll take a win.
Thank you.
Howard, maybe you didn't see this. Aaron Rodgers has been named a team captain, a sign that he's really bought in.
Oh, you're being serious.
That they really respect him, and he's bought in. He's a leader for them. He's been named a team captain.
The Jets said the same thing.
I saw it was pointed out. It was a Pittsburgh writer that said that, and then someone astutely pointed out that every starting quarterback for the Steelers is always a captain. Russell Wilson was a captain.
Is that right?
Kenny Pickett was a captain.
That's funny. Well, we all bought in.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
All right, so win over the Steelers. Home Bengals.
Yeah, and I'm going to make this a win. I'll reserve the possibility of changing that. I need to see the Bengals defense. It was atrocious last year.
Okay.
Always worry about Joe Burrow, but that defense has to show me something for now. Bills win.
At the Patriots.
So I'm just going to stay off social media for this one. I'm going to throw in a Patriots win here.
Is the division in play? What's the record?
I don't think the division will be in play.
4 losses.
I think
4 losses with 3 weeks to go. What does New England already have 7?
They're
yeah,
10
maybe
and
it will
5.
be. I don't know, but the Bills.
The Bills are
10
no,
and 5.
No, they're not.
That's what I
They're
got yet.
4 losses.
4. Oh, sorry. Right. 11.
Four losses with 1 loss to New England. So,
I think they'll win the division. I don't think it'll be a cakewalk like last year.
Well,
I think New England will be a tough out.
Okay, I'm saying that if New England wins that game, there's work still to do.
Don't you want it more exciting at the end of the season?
I have said that in the past.
See,
yes.
there you go. You got drama.
Bills, Browns.
Win.
Eagles at Bills.
Loss.
And then Jets at Bills.
Sweep.
They're going to need that one, maybe. They're going to play to win. Now you got 5 losses. You got to make sure 12 and 5. 12 and 5. Okay, 12 and 5.
1 loss in the division.
One
that
loss.
should be good enough.
Is it the 1 seed? Maybe.
Not 12 and 5.
With tiebreakers over Baltimore and Kansas City.
It could be 12 and it could be a 1 seed.
It's going to be close.
Well, the Chiefs will have a little tougher division this year, right?
Yeah.
Chargers, Broncos are on the way up.
Your number 1 seed, Denver Broncos. You ready for that?
No, not really.
I don't think so, but
That'd
we'll
be
see.
pretty funny.
All right, but you don't think they're going to win the Super Bowl?
Not right now. I have too many questions about the defense. I really do. I think the secondary could be cross your fingers and pray, at least for the first few weeks of the season, depending on whether Trey plays. Let's see how they overhaul the defensive line. I need to see how that does. There's just too much stuff going on, the safety situation, for me to sit here and say, guys, this is a Super Bowl team for sure. It's a Super Bowl offense. But why haven't they made the Super Bowl in the Josh Allen era? The defense. Need to see that change. I need to see him play well this year.
Just saw at The Athletic, 31 NFL coaches and executives were asked if you could start a franchise from scratch, who are the top 3 quarterbacks you would take. So who got the most votes?
Mahomes.
Josh Allen.
Oh, good. See, an MVP award changes things.
Mahomes and Burrow are tied at 2nd place. Jaden Daniels is the 4th named. Lamar 5th. Herbert 6th. And then Drake May, C.J. Stroud, Baker Mayfield.
Uh-oh. Ravens are going to put this on the bulletin board. They're disrespecting Lamar Jackson.
I mean, that is pretty offensive.
It's pretty low.
I think it's pretty
He's
offensive.
very
It should be
good,
Allen 1, and it should be Allen and Jackson 1, too.
Lamar
5 for him.
Well, now I got to pick the Bills to lose the game. I'm kidding. Boys, enjoy the season.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in. We'll talk in a week. You got to do this every week. You forgot about that, didn't you?
Oh, you're kidding me, really?
Yeah, you forgot about that.
I thought it was once a month.
I really think you forgot about that until right now.
I was having a nice
that's
summer.
right. I'm coming in next
We're back
week.
weekly again. Oh, dear Lord.
Yeah. You get to overreact if they lose to Baltimore.
I can't. Well, not that would ever happen on this program. I'm sure that would be.
If they win, 14-3. If they lose, 7-10.
That's you. You're
Yeah.
speaking?
No.
7? Okay.
We'll see.
You want another bet? I'll bet he never picks a losing record for them.
Oh, it's an easy bet, yeah.
That is an easy bet. Unless you keep jinxing things.
It's probably been years since he did
Do you want to pick the North Carolina Tar Heels?
What? Well, they'll win. I mean, they'll win games.
They play UNC Charlotte.
The ACC's not good, right?
No.
Oh, they play Charlotte, right?
UNC Charlotte, and then they have another.
I might have to go to that Syracuse game now. I got to be there.
Is that the Dome?
Yeah.
Why not?
Just a womp
Go
on
just to boo Belichick.
Why not?
Yeah.
That'd be awesome. If you were there and they beat him by 40.
Be great. All right, 803-0550, our phone number. Thank you, Howard.
Anytime, fellas.
Game week, Baltimore. So, Sal, we'll get the injury designations tomorrow, but let's talk about, we already know one thing happened over the weekend, a bit of a surprise kind of out of nowhere, and I imagine it would happen for the player too. Dwayne Carter's Achilles injury that takes him out for the season.
Yeah, it's a real shame for him, obviously. Young player going into his second year who was going to be a part of the defensive rotation. And look, I mean, a week or so ago, a lot of people were wondering, what his role was on this team. Could they even be looking to, move him and trade him? Never, to me, was it a question if he would, make the 53. They weren't going to move off a third-round pick, after 1 year, especially with the suspension to Larry Ogunjobi. But you do wonder, with Daquan Jones and Ed Oliver as starters, TJ Sanders and Deion Walker, the rookies looking so good, what was Dwayne Carter's role? My answer would be his role would be what it was last year, as a rotational piece. There's going to be pretty much 5 guys. One guy won't get a jersey on game day oftentimes, but he's an important depth piece. But really for him, more than anything, his development, this is going to be really, really tough for him, obviously, to miss an entire year before coming back next year. In the meantime, because they do have Larry Ogunjobi suspended, you're down to 4 defensive tackles on the active roster. Ed Oliver, Daquan Jones, TJ Sanders, Deion Walker. Question is now, guys, do they activate, or should say sign someone from the practice squad? I'm anticipating that Dwayne Carter's going to go on IR this week at some point, maybe today, tomorrow, end of the week, whatever. At that point, they'll have an extra roster spot open. Will they sign Jordan Phillips? Will they sign Zion Logue? I think both those guys are clear candidates to join the 53. Maybe Logue right now more than Phillips. We'll see. Or do they sign somebody at a different position, and then you use your elevations for those guys, because you could kind of do that for a few weeks here until you get to Larry Ogunjobi coming back. I think, you can look at it a few different ways here.
Everybody, Jeremy and Joe, wide open phone lines for you if you want to give us a ring. Hanging out. I'm going to submit Labor Day as an underrated holiday. Way underrated.
It's good. It's a good holiday.
You have no expectations. None.
You might even forget that it's coming up.
Yeah, it's just a Monday. And,
yeah,
hey, hang out. Get some stuff done, or don't.
Weather's normally nice.
You don't have to visit anybody, or you can.
Yeah, right.
It's just,
Yeah, there's no obligation to, you have to do something.
No, nothing at all. Usually pretty nice outside.
It's similar to Memorial Day in that way, I think. Well, Memorial Day, there is more of
Yeah,
one
there's barbecues, start of summer. You're kind of kicking off in your, of course, celebrating Memorial Day, commemorate. And Labor Day is just, nope, whatever you want.
All right.
Start wearing hoodies. You can make a soup if you want to. Make chili.
Had a soup this week.
Yeah, it's chili season.
Cold enough.
Wear pants. All the good stuff. We made it. The elite season's here. Open the windows and sleep with good sleeping weather. What's not to love, Watch football. North Carolina, talking about it with Howard, Mia Hamm Michael Jordan, everybody, the who's who of
Roy
their,
Williams,
the
Lawrence
royalty
Taylor,
of North
Randy
Carolina,
Moss.
to watch them get absolutely choke slammed through a table by TCU. Amazing. Well, couldn't ask for anything else. It delivered last night. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Start to dig into what this game means on Sunday. Sunday Night Football, Bills-Ravens. What's it really going to mean? What's it going to amount to? The Ravens are talking like it matters a lot to them. How much should it matter to the Bills? 803-0550 here on WGR. But Belichick, man, what a time to be alive. What an odd thing that the not that long ago nearly universally thought to be best coach in a sport ever could completely obliterate. I don't want to say what everybody thinks of him. He's going to the Hall of Fame. There's no doubt about that. He's still probably a great defensive coach. But you can't get into a conversation about him without at least half the room thinking the whole thing was a fraud. The whole thing.
All of it.
And so much of the narrative about him, so much of what we read about them and heard about them, we watched him beat the Bills, 30 times or whatever? We kind of knew it. We kind of knew this Patriot Way nonsense, all this hubris they have about how it's different there. You'd never understand it. It's about this. It was all nonsense. And now he can't. He got absolutely steamrolled by the TCU Horned Frogs. The Horned Frogs of TCU steamroll the GOAT. Tom Brady, those two split up. One guy won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And lost his other playoff appearance in a bit of a shootout. Whatever. He could have kept going. He won the Super Bowl with another team in his first year.
Yeah.
And Belichick went sub 500, got dismissed, got left out for jobs, and then lost to TCU at home by 30.
Bills and Ravens on Sunday Night Football. Week 1 is here. The Thursday night opener in 2 days, Cowboys-Eagles, and then Friday night Chargers and Chiefs in Brazil on YouTube. The Bills got some bad news over the weekend. Defensive tackle Dwayne Carter, second-year player, third-round pick, tore his Achilles over the last few days. He will miss the entire regular season. Josh Allen and Terrell Bernard named your only 2 captains for the second year in a row. On the Baltimore side of things, they had injury news yesterday. They didn't have an official update, but media was there. And
Don't have to apologize for how you win. Once you get to the playoffs, win and advance. That's it. But didn't we all have a little bit of a feeling of the Bills kind of got away with one? They did not have their fastball. They did not have their A game. Offensively, they played well early and kind of went into a slumber. They gave up chunk plays defensively. They got turnovers. Lamar put one on the ground. Lamar threw a pick. Andrews fumbled. Andrews had a drop. The Bills beat the Ravens that day because the Ravens made huge mistakes. And for them to come into this game Sunday night, Joe, and say, bad taste in our mouth, we feel like we owe them one, to me makes total sense. I think they have every bit of reason to feel that they lost more than the Bills won. That's how it is when you lose, is it not? Right? When the Bills lose to the Chiefs, it's because Diggs dropped the ball, and there was this play, and there was
dropped the ball,
Kincaid dropped the fourth down.
punt.
Somebody missed a block. We beat ourselves. The 4th and 1s. Or if it's 13 seconds, it's how you lost rather than how the other team won. I think that's just normal. And when the Chiefs play the Eagles this year, aren't they going to feel like we're going to show that we're a lot better than what they saw in the Super Bowl? Doesn't change the outcome of that game, of course, but you want to prove that you have something better to show. And I think the Ravens come in Sunday feeling that way.
How similar should a Ravens fan feel, though, to what a lot of Bills fans feel with Kansas City, which is, you did it in the regular season? Congrats. Do it. Show me you could beat them in the playoffs. Because they have 2 playoff losses now to the Bills.
Yeah, here.
And you could say that. The same way you could say that if the Bills beat the Chiefs again in the regular season, what will that be met with? Now, that is 5 regular season wins versus 4 playoff losses if that occurs. So it's a more extreme version of it. But Baltimore beat them in the regular season last year, and they're 0-2 in the playoffs against the Bills with Lamar Jackson. And I think even if they won this game, they could feel like, yeah, okay, good. I already knew I could beat them like that.
Yeah.
What I don't know is, am I going to be able to avoid those mistakes? Are they the same way? Is McDermott the same as Spagnuolo for us, where when I think of the Chiefs in the playoffs, I think of Spags, I think of Andy Reid as having man, they're putting the Bills in this spot that's forcing these mistakes, like on that Kincaid drop on the 4th down. And if you're Baltimore, how do they treat it? Do they say, Lamar, that's on you, you fumbled it, that's terrible? Or do they think, no one covered DeMar Hamlin on that blitz? And they were running more man coverage there, and they disguised it perfectly, and a safety came uncovered at our quarterback. And that's coaching. I just wonder what they blame. Or do they just blame Andrews? Maybe they just blame Andrews.
They probably blame Andrews. They blame Andrews.
That would be like just blaming Kincaid, which is not the case here.
There are plenty of people that do just kind of.
But coaching
should have caught the ball.
But I think coaching is a huge piece of it too.
Sure,
huge piece of that. I would blame coaching more than I would blame Kincaid. And that's with saying I think Kincaid should have absolutely caught that football. Hey, look, we got Sam Adams running for a touchdown on ESPN right now. Even ESPN, let's just show all the Belichick lowlights throughout time. Here he is getting beat by the Bills in 2003 on ESPN in 2025. Anyways.
803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a call. We'll get to Mike in Pennsylvania. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. Happy game week. Excited for the season to kick off. With the news that just dropped with Dwayne Carter, I didn't know how much of a integral piece of the defensive line he was going to play anyways, but there seems to be an available roster spot at D tackle. Is there a chance that Buffalo goes out and gets Christian Wilkins to join our defensive front, which I think would be a good move if him and Josh can make up, or whatever the case may be? He creates havoc and gets rush, and then you'll have more of a rotation. Is that a possibility you guys see going forward?
No, I definitely do not. Isn't the story with the league for Christian Wilkins that HR is looking into impropriety?
Yeah, I don't know where that story went. I thought it was more of the injury. He had a foot injury that would not heal. So I don't know. I don't know which one of those is the real reason why he's not with a team right now. I mean, you see a lot of teams accept a lot of stuff, and his was what? That he kissed a teammate on the head?
Yes.
In the locker room?
Yeah.
Again, for the amount of things
that the
NFL tolerates, I feel like the injury is the reason he's not in the league right now. So he's not on a team. That tells me he's probably not healthy. If he's healthy in October or November, could they bring him in? I mean, should I say never because Allen hates him? I don't know.
I think it's likely. Aren't we thinking that if there's a roster spot available, that safety could be in the mix? I mean, I've got Jabril Peppers out here. I don't know if he's a fit.
I'd rather do that, though. I'd rather take a swing at safety than I would at defensive tackle right now. Right?
Which is the bigger concern?
Safety. Then defensive tackle, I would say safety. Defensive tackle, I'm not sure they're great, but I got guys. I got Oliver and Jones still up top. I got Sanders and Walker behind that. I've got Ogunjobi at some point. That should be okay. And in a pinch, I got to go to Jordan Phillips for the 9,000th time, whatever.
Yeah.
Safety, it's just I don't know if I have a single guy that could play back there before I have to throw DeMar Hamlin back out.
Alongside Rapp, you mean, yeah.
Right. So, and Jabril Peppers, maybe there's something there that's better than what they have. Isn't there a style fit problem with him, though?
Peppers, he said he can fit any scheme. He's just kind of championing himself there, saying he's played for 1,000 different coaches and 1,000 different schemes, and he says he can make a difference or make a contribution in any scheme.
Okay.
But the Patriots just, moved on from him. Whatever.
Yeah, and just let him walk for nothing. So, I don't know. These would all be mid-season break glass in case of emergency moves anyway. I don't think they're bringing in Wilkins now. For sure.
Have you seen, this is something I looked up today, it was at NFL.com. Greg Rosenthal has the top 25 free agents in 2026. Next year's free agent crop.
Okay. Are any quarterbacks?
I do not see any quarterbacks near the top, no.
Okay.
No, but I'll see if I can find the highest rated quarterback anywhere on this list. I'm into 16, 17, still no top 20, none of them are quarterbacks. But there is one thing I think Bills fans might want to keep in mind.
Okay.
And again, a lot of this could change by contract extensions. Guys just extend with their team. Yes, it's a week before the season, and we're talking about next year's free agent class. But there's just a point here I want to make. So according to Greg Rosenthal of NFL.com, 3 of the top 4 free agents are defensive ends.
There you go.
Nick Bonito, Denver, 25-year-old defensive end, 13.5 sacks. Of course, they're probably going to try to extend him, but whatever. He's a free agent. Jalen Phillips, Miami Dolphins.
Yep.
He's had trouble staying healthy. Trey Hendrickson. 3 of the top 4 defensive ends, for whatever that's worth to you.
It's worth to me that the Bills are probably going to be going after one of those 3 people if they're not getting everything they want and re-signing Joey Bosa. Right?
If Bosa has a big year,
he's on that list.
That'll be a tough call. Yeah, if he has a big year, because
he's up there.
You'll wonder if you got away with it because he stayed healthy, or if you could have faith that he's going to stay healthy. There's a point to be made here on Dwayne Carter. So Dwayne Carter, the torn ACL, torn Achilles for him, it's tough. I do think there are a couple different timelines. Hearing Sal lay it out to say Carter's development is stunted by this, and that's definitely true. He could have had 6 weeks until Ogunjobi comes back to kind of show what he can do, be a part of this rotation. Mm-hmm. Who knows how they would have mixed him in. There were some that thought maybe he wouldn't make the team, but he's a second-year, third-round pick. Mm-hmm. So he doesn't get that arc of development. I almost wonder, had he been healthy, what would have happened? Would he have been cut? Could he have been cut? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it's still unlikely he would have been let go.
I mean, maybe he would have just been a game day inactive like he was last year.
Yeah.
A lot.
Instead, now he's shelved for a full year.
Yeah.
Try to come back. And Jerry Ostrowski gave me the numbers on this, that return to play rate for a defensive tackle that tears his Achilles, 80% of the time these guys do come back to play.
Okay.
So it should not be career ending for him. I mean, it's obviously like you'd never wish that kind of rehab and that kind of comeback on anybody that in the NFL. I almost wonder if next year at this time the Bills kind of treat him as unavailable, because is it a 2-year injury? Is it a 1.5 year injury? To do it before the season starts means for some guys you're back, and maybe by training camp he's good to go. Maybe he gets another chance with this team, or maybe they treat him like, you know what, not much happened in there before. Now there's an injury. Mm-hmm. He'll get a chance, but we certainly can't treat him like he's some sort of bankable asset.
No.
The way we would have coming into this year as a third round pick. We'll see where it goes for him. He's in the mix.
Whereas I feel like now, if he comes back to camp next year or the year after, whenever that is, don't we already kind of feel like he barely made the team already?
Yeah.
That it was debatable whether he would in the first place. Now I've got a Dwayne Carter that's coming off a torn Achilles, doing what? He's looking better at camp and in the preseason than he was before. Because if there's any sort of decrease in his production that already was non-existent, I don't know how you're putting him on a 53-man roster the next time he's at a training camp. So you'd love to be wrong. I feel like I would bet right now that
that's over.
That's over. Yeah. And that's a third-round pick that's probably going to go by the wayside.
Yeah.
Seeing nothing out of it. And it's part of the Worthy trade. Which is just, I don't know if that's really a complaint about that trade or if it's just kind of a footnote to that trade. For me, it's a footnote, but maybe for some, it's like, well, this is the thing you got for moving down out of the Worthy pick, and it's probably already over with nothing. One play against Houston, right?
Yep.
Like the whole thing. One play against Houston was it. I don't even remember what the play was. He bull rushed to center or something and did even sack Stroud. I don't even remember. But there was something he did against the Texans last year where everyone was like, oh, look, Dwayne Carter. And then that was it. Never to be heard from again.
There was one other player in that trade. The Chiefs got a 7th-round pick in the deal.
Well, they also moved down into the 4th and picked a safety.
That's what I'm thinking of. Sorry. Yeah. Right. The Chiefs went from a 3rd.
Who I think started a couple games for them last year.
Right, because we can't treat it as it's just Carter that was the other part of that trade. It's whoever else was in it, because it was a pick slide. The Bills, they moved picks. They didn't add a pick. That was always a big thing for me.
Right.
And it seems like the pick slides have been a really popular thing in the NFL. Teams trading picks. Bills did that this year with the Bears, right? Double pick slide kind of thing when they got TJ Sanders. So anyway.
Worthy is sliding in fantasy drafts lately. You want to get in on that? You want to buy? I don't know why there is a dip. Rashee Rice got suspended.
6 games.
I think there's just not really a belief that Worthy's got a giant step in him from last year. Like, far more people are betting on a Roma Dunze boom than they are Xavier Worthy boom.
I mean, is it only second-year players we're talking about there for fantasy? Like,
I just picked a second-year guy.
I'm betting on Luther Burden all over the place.
Yeah?
Yeah. All over the place.
Because he's the slot guy and the yak guy and...
Yep.
Okay.
Because he's the Amon-Ra St. Brown role, and I buy that. And
Yeah.
he can win at all three levels. And like in fantasy, I'm buying on Burden.
I'd like to see what that all looks like because I don't. They didn't. Okay, if he's the Amon-Ra St. Brown, then what's DJ Moore? Did they not have a DJ Moore in Detroit?
He's old, is what DJ Moore is.
Is he?
He's kind of old.
How old's DJ Moore? How old do you think DJ Moore is?
All I know is when a guy hits 30, you tell me they're basically dead.
He's 28.
All right, he's almost dead.
I mean, come on. He's 20. He's Tyrell Shaver's age.
McLaurin just signed at 29, and it's a bad idea, right?
No, he's 30. That's 2 years older.
Okay.
2 years older, and Moore's always been good. And again, Adunze's the one I like the most because I loved him out of the draft, and he had the highest. What do you have? The highest uncatchable target rate of receivers last year, or unrealized air yards, or something. Like he had a couple.
Worthy was high on that list for unrealized air yards too.
Because Mahomes couldn't hit him.
Right.
But Adunze was that too. So yeah, second year breakout receivers. I like him more than the other, than Worthy.
Eagles and Cowboys to start the season, and then the Friday game. We were just explaining to Howard. The Friday game is free on YouTube. The same way that our show is on YouTube.
Yes.
Not like YouTube TV. Open up YouTube, live, Chargers Chiefs from Brazil will be there.
Like you could, while there's commercials, are they going to have commercials on YouTube on Friday night's game? You could change the channel to our show from that morning.
You could.
You could just, maybe it's right there in the column on the right. Just click it. Watch later. Go back and forth. Will they have commercials? They will have commercials, right?
Yeah, for YouTube TV,
obviously,
among other things. In the chat, they're debating if Damar Hamlin will start games this year. I think the answer to that is yes. I also think that Jordan Poyer will start games this year.
How many safeties would you predict start games on?
All of them.
7 safeties.
I think Poyer will start games this year. Is that crazy?
I personally think that's crazy.
That he won't start a game?
I would bet he doesn't start a game this year.
Will he play?
Yeah, he'll see the field, but it's going to be like what John Brown did for the Bills. Like couple snaps.
When they brought him back?
What Kareem Jackson did last year for the Bills, which is like couple snaps, couple games. I would you want to bet it? I would not. I would bet against he starts a game this year.
Want to do a start?
Yeah.
Is it
a start?
A start at safety. Should we do snaps instead?
You can have whatever you want. If he starts a defensive end, I'll give you the win too.
Well, there's start, and then there's plays the majority of the snaps but he doesn't start the first snap of the game.
Okay.
Like a start is...
Do you want me to do... Let's do start and or he plays more than 50% of his snaps in a game.
Okay. On Poyer?
There you go. Yeah.
50%
plus or a start.
Love it.
You're going to take yes.
I'm going to take yes.
I'm going to take no.
I'm going to take yes, Poyer will do that.
I think it's more likely he doesn't dress for a game this year.
Then he plays 50% of the snaps in one game?
Yeah.
You might be right.
I mean, I hope I am.
I don't want to take that bet. Do I want to take that bet?
You don't want to bet against him? Or bet for him?
I think he might play.
If you think Hamlin is starting I think Bishop is getting the go out of the gate, so how does it go? Bishop gets hurt, and then...
That happens a lot.
And then what? Hamlin comes in? And then what happens? I need another injury, or you just think Hamlin's so bad that they're going to throw Poyer in?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Because Hamlin doesn't really make mistakes.
He just doesn't,
That'd be my question. What does Poyer give them that Hamlin doesn't? What Hamlin gives them, in theory, is this guy's not really that athletic, but he's going to be in the right place at the right time. And he knows the system, and he's a veteran, and he's trustworthy. What does Jordan Poyer give?
I need
all those same things.
I need 2 injuries for Poyer to start.
I think so.
Yeah, that might be right.
Or maybe you just need maybe Bishop's playing so terribly, and you just need a Hamlin injury. Hamlin's out, and it's Bishop's lost at C. We got to put someone trustworthy in. Hamlin's unavailable. Who's the next trustworthy guy? So maybe you only need one. But again, all of that makes me think that he's just down the list. That he's here, he's going to be the leader guy that they're talking about, but that he's down the list at safety.
I just think it is not the same situation as Micah Hyde. Micah Hyde never thought he could play, right? He came back to be on the practice squad. He never thought he could play. Poyer says he has gas in the tank. And on the Bill Squad show with Joe Marino and Jerry O, one thing, I think it might have been Jerry that said this. What if you're Cole Bishop? How do you look at this signing of Poyer? Good, a guy in the room to help me, but would you be threatened by it? They brought in a guy who's had glory years here, who knows it better than anybody.
Yeah.
Would you be threatened at all?
Would they want him to be threatened? Is this let's put a fire under him by putting the legend behind him?
Just make yourself Bishop.
Yeah.
this might help me. And if I don't get it,
yeah,
I wonder about that. I thought it was an interesting perspective to say, if I'm the player, I might feel threatened by the move. Or again, like it could be a move that helps him. I think it doesn't have to be a bad move, but we started this segment kind of talking about defensive line versus safety and where the concerns are. Mm-hmm. And I've got concerns at both. That's what's keeping Howard from picking them to win the Super Bowl. Is they might not have their answers defensively, and could still be searching for a lot of things.
I mean, Bishop is the thing people could be calling in and being mad about in a week.
Oh, for sure.
If there's a big play over the top of him, I mean, phone lines light up on get this guy off the field.
Last year,
and I think that could happen immediately.
Last year, they didn't have to deal with Zay Flowers in that game. The Ravens passed for 10 yards per attempt without their best receiver.
Yep.
You're going to hope to get there with your front seven, and you're going to hope to get there without the two biggest signings you made to that group, which is Bosa and Hoyt.
Their receivers in that game that caught passes, by the way.
Tylan Wallace.
He caught one pass for 27. Rashad Bateman, 4 for 66. Anthony Miller, 1 for 16, and Steven Sims, 1 for 4.
Unbelievable.
That was their receiving core in that game. And in this game, it's going to be Flowers, Bateman, Hopkins. Totally different.
Yeah.
Likely led them in that game. He probably is unavailable. So
we'll see. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. If you're on hold, you can stick with us. If you want to get on hold, you can do that too. Join us, Jeremy and Joe, here on WGR.
Would Phillips strike you as the right type of defensive tackle to fit Carter? I guess, Sal, what did you think the Bills wanted from Carter this year? I know there had been some talk, Bean had even spoke about, right, like maybe some 1 technique for him this year versus 3 technique, but I feel like when he was drafted, the idea of him was more of a penetrator, maybe a little smaller, but somebody that you would think would be more of a guy that would get after the quarterback.
Yeah, that's really more what it is, Joe. I think he's more of a 3 tech who could play a little bit of 1 tech. And that was, I think, once they saw that TJ Sanders, could also fit that role, and then they saw Deion Walker, what he could do, and we all saw Deion Walker flash, right? I mean, I think that is, what they envisioned him to be, more of that Ed Oliver kind of backup, but a guy that could slide over if you need him to. I wonder, if it's a game-by-game basis. You asked about Jordan Phillips. Jordan Phillips is a veteran. He's seen everything in this league. Is that the kind of player that you'd be real comfortable with, having on the roster this week against the Baltimore Ravens and Derrick Henry? Zion Logue's a big man. If that's somebody you want to add as well to the mix. You could also just roll into the game with 4 defensive tackles. They quite often do that, to be honest with you. So I wonder if this is a game-by-game basis or if this is something more long-term, if they decide to bring somebody up to the 53-man roster. It'll be interesting to see how they play it. Yes, Joe, I think Jordan Phillips would kind of fit that role, but we'll see how they want to play it. I think the key here is what they've seen from TJ Sanders and Deion Walker through preseason and camp. I think that's more than anything kind of what matters on how these guys fit and what their roles are over the next several weeks, at least until Ogunjobi comes back.
Hunter Renfro's back with the Panthers. Says he had like 10 missed calls because his daughter refused to turn off Bluey. That's why he had like 10 missed calls.
Uh-huh.
Yep. There you go. Just got one of these emails that says, like a new study says, and you know what? Let's go with it. This one's kind of funny.
Okay.
A new study ranks each NFL fan base based on how many years will be added to their appearance from their sports team. The impact of 8 aging factors. Travel, close games, number of games that go into overtime. Mm-hmm. The Bills have been revealed to age the second most in the NFL by 7 years. So now, if you're feeling old, you can say, well, the Bills add 7 years.
Add 7 years.
I have not gone down far enough to see which team is number one. Studies revealed the aging process may have been accelerated by up to 7.1 years this season for fans of certain teams. Weather, pollution, number of games overtime, number of games finished within one score, home travel, away travel, night games, involvement in the international series. Mm-hmm. So the obvious question is, the Bills are number 2 in how much they age us as just watching them.
Mm-hmm.
Who is number 1?
Number 1.
I have not seen. I've not scrolled down yet.
So again, they're incorporating travel. They're incorporating everything.
Yeah,
right?
All those factors.
Okay.
Who ages their fans the most?
I'm gonna guess Chicago ages their fans the most. That's gonna be my guess. The Chicago Bears fans.
Part of me wants to say the Chargers, right? Because the Chargers are going to Charger, or the Jets are great for this.
Yep.
The Jets. I also want to do like an honorable mention to the Vikings, because I feel like for some reason the Vikings are always losing in stupid ways.
They're good, though, all the time. Does their stadium help for that? They got a Palace indoor glass stadium, natural light.
Close my eyes and scroll to the bottom so I can count up. Okay, here I effectively did it. Counting up from 10.
Okay.
The Raiders are 10th.
Okay. Sure.
Ravens 9. Seahawks 8. Packers 7. Chargers are 6.
The Packers.
The Steelers come in 5th. The Rams come in 4th. The Vikings are in 3rd.
Okay.
Weather, overtime, close games, international series, night games. I like the Jets here to be number 2. Oh, no, the Bills. Sorry.
The Bills are 2.
The Bills are 2.
So maybe you think Jets are 1?
I think the Jets
aren't on the list, they got to be 1. If they're not on so far, yeah, they got to be 1, right?
It's the most annoying answer possible.
The Chiefs? No, it's not.
I can't believe I dedicated minutes to this thing. I can't believe I did it.
It's either, okay, wait. By his reaction, it's the
Chiefs.
I was going to say it's either Kansas City or New England.
It's the Chiefs.
Kansas City?
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
I think you should block Sender on that.
Yeah. Hey, you know what?
That's blockworthy.
I'll indulge this new study. Oh, the team that wins all the time ages their fans the most. Yeah, cool, great. Absolute nonsense. Well, what can we do to recover from that? We got to recover. That was terrible. What a disaster. That's worse than Belichick's opener.
So the Jets weren't even in the top 10?
Not in the top 10.
The Bears weren't in the top 10?
Nope. I got Vikings. I got
Dolphins
close.
weren't in the top 10. Dolphins wouldn't have won a playoff game in 25 years.
Chiefs. They always win.
Is Friday, do you think this year's different, or is Friday going to be the first of many annoying Chief games that end in close calls at the end and they win stupidly?
Oh, they're all annoying. The Chargers season, they lost their starting left tackle, right? And that's terrible.
They did, yeah. And they're shuffling pieces around. Joe Alt's going to the left.
They're moving Alt from right to left?
They're from right to left, and I forget who's going to the right. They're doing a bunch of... They're trying to cover up for that. So that's a tough loss.
Yeah.
They have this reputation, right? They're the team that loses in the stupid way. So it's one, I kind of believe this Chiefs season will look different. That they will look different starting, maybe not Friday night, though, because I think they're not going to win in these lucky ways every single week like they did last year, but they're playing this team in week 1 that has lost that way for eternity.
They have lost 7 consecutive games to the Chiefs, the Chargers have.
Right.
by 6 in overtime. It's 3, 3, 14, 1, 7, and 2.
I mean, listen to that. So, like,
7 in a row, 6 of them one-score games, 1 of them in overtime.
Right. Brutal.
Yeah.
So, like, they're my champion out of the gates to make this a different Kansas City season. This is why I'm putting a lot of faith in Denver to be different this year, and Bo Nix to take a step, and the defense to be the best in football, because the Chargers just are not a trustworthy franchise.
No,
even with Harbaugh there.
If the unluckiest team ever beats the luckiest team ever to open the season in Brazil,
it's gonna be
then put your money on Jackson Dart for MVP. Do it now. As soon as that game goes final and the Chargers win a game, especially if it's close, everything you've got, put it on Cam Ward, MVP. Something goofy is going to happen this season if that happens. 7 losses in a row for the Chargers against the Chiefs, and all of them close games. Friday from Brazil. They're playing at the same stadium?
I have no idea. They have 30 empty Olympic stadiums in that country, so they could probably pick one of them out and play there. Whichever one they want. Rio? They play in Rio? Sao Paulo?
Sao Paulo.
Sao Paulo?
Yeah, it's the same one they played in last year. Arena Corinthians, right?
Okay.
That's where the Eagles and Packers
There
played.
were a lot of safety concerns last year, weren't there, about those teams coming in and...
There were some, and you weren't supposed to wear green, and then the two teams that wore green were there.
Yep, and they did fine, right?
Yep.
It's twice, by the way, you've snuck in a little Jackson Dart hype today.
Just randomly.
Twice.
He's top of mind.
It's funny. I did
for
look.
no reason.
I was looking at the week 1 lines, and I did look at the Giants plus 6.5 at Washington. And think that's a line nobody likes that I could see being covered. The Giants plus everyone thinks they're gonna be bad,
but their defense should be dangerous.
That's the thing. Washington just went to the NFC Championship, but right, the Giants' defense is maybe going to be top 5 in the league. I got Russell Wilson in week 1. It's not Spencer Rattler in week 1.
No.
So that might be my number 1 pick so far of the week, looking at the lines. Not a lot of big spreads this week, by the way, if you're wondering. 7.5 is the biggest.
Week 1, you get Cowboys, Eagles, Chiefs, Chargers. And then Sunday, 1 o'clock, Bills fans, while you're kind of waiting all day for Sunday night, pregame will be on here on WGR. 1 o'clock games. The best one, if you want teams or stories. Stories?
Sure. Let's go stories.
Right. Best story Sunday 1 o'clock is probably Steelers Jets.
Okay.
Best story. Best game.
And not seeing what Travis Hunter's going to play against the Panthers at 1 o'clock.
Well, I was going to say I've got two games at 1 o'clock that I think are sneaky good games, and that's Panthers Jaguars and Bucks Falcons.
I like Bucks Falcons.
Bucks Falcons is potentially a good game. We'll see about that.
Big division game. And those are going to be the top 2 teams,
and
most think.
Panthers, Jaguars, the Panthers were coming on last year, and the Jaguars, I don't know. If it doesn't ever happen for Trevor Lawrence now, it never will. He's had a couple of years, and plenty of people think he's good, but it's not been right for him. Well, here's Liam Cohen to kind of fix things.
Yep.
You got Giants, Commanders, Cardinals, Saints, Bengals, Browns.
There we go. See if the Bengals can break their week 1 curse.
See if their defense can hold a team under 30. I don't want to get too carried away if they hold the Browns down.
I don't think they're
Joe Flacco.
I don't think they're going to.
4 o'clock games, Titans, Broncos, Lions, Packers is good, Texans, Rams, and then Bills, Ravens at the night game, and then Vikings, Bears on Monday night. Pretty good.
All right. That's a good week 1 slate.
Good. You've got at least one. I also mentioned, I forgot to mention, 49ers, Seahawks is 4 o'clock.
Okay.
You got a couple of really good games. And the Monday nighter, Vikings, Bears, that has 2 pieces of it that are juicy. Whether it's J.J. McCarthy or it's just Ben Johnson's real debut. I mean, Johnson set out this preseason to make a point. To try to look really good. Change culture, all that, run up scores. The Bills saw that. And I'm eager to see the Bears. I think I'm rooting for them to be good.
Rooting for them to be good?
Yeah, I think so.
I think they're going to be good, and I'm curious about them. Do I want them to be good, though? What do I think of the Chicago sports fan right now?
They have no joy or happiness, and they've never had it with the Bears.
Not with the Bears. Yeah, they've never had a quarterback do more than what? Cutler? 3,000 yards.
I think they've never had a 4,000-yard passer.
Never had a 4,000-yard passer.
Which is absolutely incredible.
I always remember the stat that Tom Brady, just in his 40s, would be the Bears' all-time leading passer. So it's been a tough existence in that way.
How many receivers in Bears history have gone over 1,000 yards in a season?
Oh, man, I can't. Brandon Marshall did it, I'm sure. Did Muslan Muhammad do it? 3, 4? 3.
Single-season receivers for 1,000 yards for the Bears.
DJ Moore, I bet, has done it.
Yeah.
So I'll say 4. 4 guys.
There are 19 guys that have done it.
Oh, really?
But a lot of those are back in, well, I guess a couple in the 50s.
The Sid Luckman days?
Yeah.
Of the 50s
Brandon
and 60s?
Marshall, Alshon Jeffrey, Marcus Robinson, DJ Moore, Jeff Graham's the 90s. Marshall Robinson, Johnny Morris, Marty Booker. Shout out Marty Booker.
I'll have a tough time shaking. Maybe it'll happen quick. Shaking what their reputation in my head is, because for my whole lifetime, they've been the team I'm mad is on national television.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Sunday Night Football tonight. Who do we got? Oh, the Bears again. Because they're just never interesting. They're hardly ever good, and they're the it's them, it's the Cowboys. These teams that are always in my face that are never actually any good.
That's probably why I'm rooting for them, because if they're actually fun to watch, then their inevitable 6 primetime games become more useful, right?
Yeah, because you'd think they're going to get them no matter what. Anyways, right? Because of the TV market, and I don't know. This year they have they only have 3 night games.
All right.
Week 1, Minnesota. Week 6, Washington. And then Week 17, San Francisco. So maybe they get flexed in somewhere else. But, yeah, that's actually not a lot for... What is that? The most interesting Bears team that we've had, and this is the one you decided not to put on national TV? But we do get it Week 1. Can't wait. Red Zone. Oh. When does the 538 map come out? Is that Wednesdays?
Yes.
Okay, tomorrow.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe, when we get back, the Micah Parsons trade, Mike Vrabel's comment on why New England did not do it, did not pursue it. Get you that as we sign off on Extendo Sports next.
Shouldn't, if you're putting Jackson and Allen above Mahomes, by that rule, shouldn't you also be required to put Burrow ahead of Mahomes?
No.
Because he's been so definitively better?
No. He's not been definitively better to me.
No?
No. He lacks, he puts up monster points. The thing about Burrow, he's great. I did call him Fancy Kirk Cousins, which I still think applies here.
You've called him that for years.
Yeah, well, it's a compliment. Compliment. Kirk Cousins is pretty good.
That's not a compliment.
Fancy Kirk Cousins is like saying...
You can say that's not a compliment.
It's like a fancier version of a
mid-quarterback.
No, if I said like a fancy Tage Thompson.
You're basically saying he's Kirk Cousins with a cool haircut.
No, I'm saying he's better. But anyway, the thing about Burrow is he gets into complete... And you'll know this for fantasy. And then we just answered this question for Larry about CeeDee Lamb. Why? Why is he going to put up 1,700 yards? Because he's going to have to. Because his team is going to play game scripts that are going to be like that. If you threw Allen in Cincinnati, would he put up 50 touchdowns and 4,800 yards? Like, probably. neighborhood. He'd put up just what Burrow does because he would throw to Chase and Higgins, and his team's defense would be an absolute disaster, and they would not be running the ball with everybody eats. It would be, all right, Josh, get back there and throw it 48 times a game. So Burrow is in an ecosystem that kind of, I'm not saying it inflates his stats. It's just I don't think I have to put him above Mahomes, and I wouldn't. I'd put Mahomes third.
I would definitely put Burrow
maybe Mahomes fourth and Jackson Dart third. No, I'm kidding.
Jackson, that is a complete opposite of the preseason pledge.
No, that's right. I'm kidding. All right. Mike Vrabel, what did he say about the Micah Parsons trade? At ProFootballTalk.com, they've got some quotes from Vrabel. The time wasn't right for them. He said on the Greg Hill Show on WEEI this morning, a Parsons trade wasn't something we really invested a lot of our time or resources in. Mm-hmm. We have to build some depth there to this roster, and you do that from the draft. Led to another question about a run of poor drafts impacted their willingness to make a deal involving first-round picks. No, just saying that when we build this thing and moving forward, we want to build it and make sure we're building through the draft. And then again, like I said, retaining players we feel have developed and earned contracts, and while Micah Parsons is a great player, just probably wasn't the best fit or the right time, I think, for us.
I would have thought it was the right time for them.
Well, in the 2026 NFL draft, I'm trying to see how many picks they have.
The Patriots?
Yeah.
They have all of them, I'm sure. They didn't trade anything this offseason.
The Patriots' future picks for 2026, there are a couple teams that have a lot of picks. The Cowboys, of course, have a lot. But for the Patriots, they have, in this upcoming draft, a first, a second, a third, 2 fourths, a fifth, 2 sixths, and 2 sevenths. And that's really it. So they've added 3 picks to a normal draft haul. And the next year, 2027, they don't have anything other than their own picks.
Okay.
So they're not exactly flush with picks. If you care.
NFL Network is Good Morning Football's doing their playoff projections this morning.
All right.
2 of the 3 pick the Bills to be the 1 seed, Manti Te'o and Jamie Erdahl. Kyle Brandt has the Bills as the 3 seed, opening the playoffs against Pittsburgh.
The Bills as the 3 seed?
Yeah.
Opening against Pittsburgh as the 6 seed.
The 6 seed.
Okay.
He has the Chiefs as the 1 seed. Manti Te'o, Bills, Ravens, Texans, Broncos.
Love it.
Winning the division. Chiefs, Chargers, Steelers is the wild card. Jamie Erdahl, would you sign up for this? Bills the 1 seed, Ravens the 2, Jags the 3, Broncos the 4, Chiefs the 7. Baltimore, Kansas City in week 1 of the playoffs.
Oh, boy, I love that. It sounds great.
How about this? None of the 3 picking Cincinnati to make the playoffs. I mean, they didn't last year.
True. Or the year before. Interesting.
Or the year before? Right, he was hurt.
2 years in a row.
So their last playoff win is against the Bills?
Looking at ESPN, they're breaking down Bills-Ravens. ESPN analytics give the Bills a 51% chance to win the game. Hey, guys, if your computer says it's a coin toss, you don't have to tell us the computer said that. Our numbers, we ran them. 51-49. Oh, all right, thanks.
Well, they need the 51 so that John Harbaugh can put ESPN simulators as 51% Bills on his whiteboard in the locker room and fire up the guys.
The very next graphic says that Ravens are the favorite to win the AFC. So, anyway. Hey,
interesting.
This next little story I'm going to bring to you from what are they going to keep firing coaches until they find somebody? Line of thinking. In the Bundesliga, Bayern Leverkusen sacked Eric Ten Hag after how many games in charge?
Man, he just got there.
How many? He got fired. How many games?
I only know that because Liverpool is going after the previous manager. 10?
2. 2.
Soccer's amazing like that.
Yeah.
Soccer, they fire guys like it's nothing.
Of course. You're not good. Get out of here.
Claudio Ranieri, who was the manager of... The moment I figured this out, he was the manager of Leicester City, who won the Premier League in 16. It's like the greatest soccer story ever, the biggest upset in sports ever, 5,000 to 1. The next year, they fired him.
Yeah.
Like, this dude pulled off a year ago the craziest feat in the history of the sport, and you gave him 10 months before firing him.
Yep.
That sport is cold-blooded.
I mean, going back in history of the Sabres drought here, we watch coaches finished in dead last and be brought back.
Right.
And, in the soccer world, 2 games, not cutting it, Eric Ten Hag.
Yeah.
See ya.
The Manning cast just dropped their schedule for the season.
Okay.
What do you want? The weeks that they're not doing a Manning cast?
Are they doing Bills games or not?
No Bills games.
None. Okay.
Weeks 2, 4, 6, 7, 14, and 17. They're not doing.
Okay, so 2, 4, 6, 7, 14, 17. So
and 16.
So they're doing like 10 games.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm into that.
Sorry, 10 games, and then there's 2 TBD games. So they'll do 12. They're going to do a Week 18 game that's unannounced. Is there a Monday night Week 18 game? That's weird. Week 18, it says on here. And then they're doing a wild card game.
Isn't Monday night Week 18 like the flex playoff game that they get? They always get?
It says Week 18. The other one says it's a playoff game. The other one says wild card.
Okay.
This is Week 18, then wild card. Maybe there's a Monday night Week 18 game this year. I don't know.
I feel like I thought there always is. Anyway, whatever. All right, we're back tomorrow. Cheers.